Welcome everyone on the panel about human capital. I was waiting for the music to switch off because with tango music, this panel would be pretty strange. I would like to invite on the stage John Barter, the new Vice President of OPSAC. John, please, the floor is yours.
Тому кому потрібно, там є гарнітура для перекладу. John, you remember we discussed when we spoke about our panel that it's good that it's not in the evening. Our guests will be fresh, you know. After this night, I'm not sure we are all fresh, but still, let's try to sound at least optimistic, okay?
I'm absolutely fine. I'm an ex-soldier and I brought my car and I put a bed in it and I slept in the -2 of the car park, so I'm absolutely fine today, so raring to go.
Great. Could you please tell us more about GlobSec and about your objectives here in Ukraine?
Yeah, GlobSec is a fiercely independent think tank and NGO. We try and sort of think of ourselves more of an action tank, so not too much thinking and plenty of doing. Typically, we publish 50 actionable reports a year, and we organize some major flagship conferences, and this year we're very happy for the first time to be a partner of the KIEF International Economic Forum. So the organization was established in 2005 out of a student project. It's now grown with operations headquarters in Bratislava, Vienna, Washington, Brussels and Kiev. We have 14 nationalities working in the team, which is about 90 strong. And we cover such things as defense and security, business and economy. Democracy and resilience focus very much on countering Russian disinformation across Europe. And we actually have a European element as well. We're considered to be the most influential think tank in CE. Our aims are bigger. We're not greedy, but we are hungry. So the question about why I'm here in Ukraine or what we're doing in Ukraine. So first of all, if I may, a statement. How can we expect the world to support Ukraine if Central Eastern Europe doesn't stand with Ukraine? It's not an obligation. It's not something we have to, but it's a calling for us. And that's the message we want to leave behind. So we have 3 pillars to what we do in Ukraine with the team. We have a big focus on security, hard security, EU and NATO, reconstruction, and we focus very much on humanitarian demining, and our report, Walking on Fire, has been internationally acclaimed, and all the recommendations have been accepted by the Ukrainian government. We then have reconstruction of human capital, and that's focusing on PTSD, and some of you may know about our report, Scars on Their Souls. Sorry about this, too many reports. Which again has been internationally recognized and is something which we have working on concrete obligations. And obviously, again, countering Russian disinformation is a new project we're doing. So that's what we're up to at the moment in Ukraine, Natalia.
Many directions, and actually all these directions refer to our topic today, to human capital. And people and human capital is definitely the vital asset for Ukraine. But let's come back to Europe and to Ukraine and to the impact the war in Ukraine has on Europe. How you see it, what you observe?
Well, I see it as follows, and it is not a straightforward answer. So in Central Eastern Europe, people have recognized that Russia is not a partner, it's a threat. But then again, we have to clarify that with the Poles and the Baltics have been telling the rest of Central Europe that for 20 years. So the Poles have been proved right very clearly. I think for the younger generation, especially people who are around about 25, it has become quite frightening for them. My wife's team, all the young men arrived in work in tears, thinking they were going to be mobilized and going to war. And they're terrified of it. So it is a change. Now, what I have to be clear is that there's significant differences in Europe. And I'm not talking about politicians, I'm talking about the actual general population. So if we move to Southern Europe, to be quite honest, they don't consider this war their problem. Whereas if you go out of Europe and you go to Australia, they will say, you Europeans, Sydney is further away, from Canberra than Ukraine is from Munich. So it is your war, and you have to be part of it. So those are key things. Now, when we look at the effect, we have an immediate effect we had in Europe, which was the energy crisis. We had spiraling inflation, and growth was cut in 2023 from 2.5% to 0.5%, so significant. Inflation in non-Eurozone countries was hitting 18%, mortgages were rising, energy costs were rising, families were seeing an immediate effect, and obviously were suffering from that. And businesses were hit very, very hard as governments tried to protect the families. But the most disturbing thing for me is the success the Kremlin had in changing the narrative. And they actually managed in parts of Europe, especially in Germany and in Italy, and even in the country I live in Slovakia, to change the narrative that it actually was the energy companies and Western greed. And they were very successful in that because, unfortunately, typically 30% of the population in a lot of these countries are looking for an alternative narrative. And that's what the Russians are very successful at doing.
But let us not talk about the narratives. I want to come back to the human capital.
Yeah.
Europe definitely feels this impact, the impact of war in Ukraine, because more than 6 million of people, of Ukrainians, left Ukraine since the full-scale invasion, and many of them live now in Europe. At the same time, according to your research, and this figure, by the way, 6.5, it is mentioned in your report. This one, Stolen Generations, yes. And according to your research, 57% of citizens of Central Eastern Europe, they consider migrants as a threat to their values, to their life, let's call it in general. What shall we do about that if we shall do something?
Now, I'm going to answer that question, but first I just want to mention something on Stolen Generations. Stolen Generations we describe as the systematic violation of Ukraine's future. It is a war on the innocent. I would just like to read a couple of things from the report, if I may, and I am going to get back and answer that question properly, I promise. So, there's two elements to this. There is the Russian state trafficking of children from Ukraine, and there is the organized crime and criminals moving them to the West. And both parties we have to hold responsible, and this is something the GlobSec has to do. So, regarding Russia, I'll read it. At least 1,000 children from occupied Crimea Peninsula were displaced and sent to Russia to begin radicalization before the full-scale invasion. Some of those children have been assimilated into Russian culture, have died up in the battlefield fighting against Ukraine in Kremlin's brutal war. This is just a tragedy. Then we move to the other side, the criminals. And I'd like to just mention a bit of story about Elena. Exhausted but relieved after crossing into Romania from war-torn Ukraine, Elena ushered her young son and daughter into temporary accommodation where they could finally eat, wash and sleep. She still needed to organize somewhere permanently to stay and almost broke down when she told the volunteers at a nearby refugee center about the hell her family had been through. Where are you staying? They promised to help. But when they turned up at her new home the next day, they told her they were taking her children to Switzerland in a van full of other women. The men looked at her in a sleazy way. Her daughter was petrified. Eleanor was ordered, not asked, to fetch her son from the other room. They looked him up and down and said, then they became angry. Eleanor challenged them, asked for their IDs. Then quickly, she said she'd get her son's bags. She grabbed her children, she left, and she ran. These volunteers were targeting refugees to traffic them. And this is something we have to hold also Western governments responsible for. And that's why we're working on this report, and it will come out next year, and we'll be doing advocacy. Now, back to your question. And I know I'm not going to go too much on about this, because last time I did it, I had 100 people in tears, including myself. But we have to get the important things out. So about your question, 57%. Well, actually, it's not 57% about Ukrainians. It's 29% feel that the Ukrainians are a threat. Now, I will then reverse that and say that means that 71% believe that Ukraine is not a threat to their culture, which means they welcome them. And that's the figure we need to think about. Yes, in Bratislava, the second language in schools is Ukrainian. That's a fact, yeah? But Ukrainians have integrated effectively into society. But we have to recognize that 90% are women and children who have actually moved there. I think one of the important things we have to do, and this is what we have to do to change the mindset, so I'm not pointing that finger at you, is that migrants from war, or refugees from war, are the most vulnerable to suffer from PTSD, even more than veterans on the front line. They have two challenges. They've left their home, they've abandoned their country, and the trauma also comes from the fact they don't think they can contribute to help their country. And so this is something we're very keen to communicate so that the 71% becomes a stronger 71%, and the 29% who have reservations then understand it's the right thing to do.
Could you please then tell us more about the project which you have here in KIEF, not in the whole Ukraine, in KIEF?
It's in KIEF,
yeah?
but it's an international with international
about
help.
PTSD.
Yes. Okay. Right. PTSD, scars on the souls. It draws on decades of experience from the UK, from the US, Israel, and the Western Balkans, with 20 international experts working with this on this. We've done already significant advisory and advocacy. We have 28 Ukrainian medical establishments on board with us, wanting to take this to the next step. We've brought over UK veterans. We've brought over a UK trauma specialist who has 25 years of treating British Special Forces in PTSD. What the report recognizes is the current treatments are not really effective. Even in Israel, it's less than 30%. And that's the Israelis explaining to us. Now, examples of challenges we're facing, and we're not here to tell Ukraine what to do. We're here to open everybody's eyes to see how things are failing. So in the United Kingdom, my country, 17% of the prison population are veterans from the Iraq and Afghanistan war. Now that sounds horrendous, but it's actually much worse than that, because they're only in there for crimes such as murder, rape, violence, assault. It's nearly 50% of the violent crime unit is veterans. In the UK, for veterans, homelessness is a real problem. In the US, a friend of mine commanded a brigade during the last Iraq war, and he was in the hard battles and they lost a lot of soldiers. But he has lost 7 times more through suicide since that war. So if there's any questions in anybody's mind that we need to do something about it, then we do. If we look at the current treatments, and this is going to take a bit of a while to get through this, but it's an important topic. 80% of veterans are in denial. So psychotherapy methods, 80% abandoned that treatment after the first round. Now let me tell you a story about one veteran which is going to because I like to bring things to reality and experience. So one veteran, highly decorated Special Forces soldier, was demobbed, and he was this bodyguard of one of our Secretary of States. And he did the job for 8 years. No sign of PTSD. Zero. Highly effective, brilliant man. 8 years in, he broke down. He could not sleep. Because he could not sleep, he could not work. Because he needed to try and get to work, he started taking drugs. He lost his home, he lost his family. Our specialist, Mandy, who knew of him because she's in the Special Forces group and nobody knew where he'd gone, found him in Scotland living with gypsies as a homeless man. He cannot be cured. So these people have to be engaged with early. Now, some recommendations to Ukraine. Now, what I want to explain and promise you is we don't just talk about it, we actually try and do something, and we will be doing something. So, in January, we're bringing specialists out, and we've had some funding from one of our corporate partners, and we're going to run workshops and training courses for medics who want to learn about what we're doing, and for families. And then we're going to develop a new course, which is for corporate CEOs and HR executives, to see what they should learn about the families who are also suffering. Because in Ukraine, the trauma...
Sorry, do you plan to work with the veterans or with the civil society as well?
Well, we're working with civil society, definitely. We're not directly going to work with the veterans. We do have some veterans. We have a sniper, Roman, who we're going to help with treatment. But we want to train and empower the Ukrainians to do it themselves and to bring the technology and the money to actually do it. So we're going to be actively, but you have to train the medics how to first deal and recognize PTSD. The families need to understand it. One of the biggest problems is, I mean, I had a friend of mine who came back from Bosnia and murdered his wife, yeah? This is very personal.
John, I asked you to sound more positive, please.
I will get more positive, I promise. So, the bit that I want to get to is that what we're basically proposing is a Rubik's Cube of a full turnkey PTSD solution focused on neurobiology, and it is groundbreaking, and the success rates have been above 70%. So that's what we want to do. Now, for Ukraine, your enemy, Russia, will not be treating its soldiers. This is your discriminator for your recovery, to engage early and to focus on the PTSD. The Russians can face the same problems as the French did when their soldiers returned from the American War of Independence, which kicked off the French Revolution. We want to make sure Ukraine gets ahead. Yeah? And the reason why Ukraine has to be the pioneer, has to be the leader in the world, is unfortunately 50 to 80% of your veterans will be suffering from complex PTSD and brain trauma. The positive is the reaction of the Ukraine medical establishment to what we're proposing has been whole adoption, willingness to open their eyes and work with us. So that is the positive.
Got you. I don't think we have to compare Ukraine to Russia in terms of this approach, because definitely in Ukraine this human-centric approach, when we talk about any aspect, you know, of our current life and of future recovery, this is the key point, you know. And when you mentioned that those refugees who live now in Europe, in Central Eastern Europe, in general, they are vulnerable, how we are to return them to Ukraine? Because, you know, actually we are all vulnerable. I mean, both those Ukrainians who live here and those who left. There are lots of psychological and mental health issues to be solved. So how we are to bring them back and to make them active part of, active participants of recovery process, active participants of life here, active participants of after the war period.
Okay, so a couple of thoughts on that, and I'll be quick. So, first of all, before any peace negotiations, in my humble opinion, these children which have been forcibly exported to Russia must be brought back. And that is an important symbol for the rest of the Ukrainians who are in Europe, that it's time to return. The West has its own responsibility also to look at the women who have been trafficked abroad. That's another topic. Then we have to look at why will people return? Well, Ukraine has to make it an attractive place to return. So no more discussion about Ukraine being a low-cost manufacturing center for European Union. No, no. High-tech, high-value, high-quality, innovative, high-quality workplace, digital, transparent government. Yeah, you're already getting there on some of these things.
And actually, all these Ukrainians who live now in Europe, they are kind of ambassadors of these values, you know, because they often compare life here and life there in terms of these digital aspects, in terms of, like we spoke, our DIA, you know, and things like that.
So yes, so the working practices and working standards in Ukraine and the salaries will have to be at a level where people want to return. It doesn't necessarily have to be the same as Germany. My son, who's Slovak, he's working in Slovakia because his standard of living is higher than working in London with a higher salary. There is a balance to make. But these are the things that have to be done. And I can see things that the Ministry of Digital Transformation, I got an SMS the other night from the State Secretary, John, you can now get married in Ukraine online. Yeah? All your documents. These things break down corruption at low levels, and this actually revigorates society. Now I'm going to end on a positive. Yeah? Okay.
Please do.
Okay. So there is a trend identified in GlobSec Trends that actually contradicts the Kremlin's information influence efforts. And that is that 74% of the 94 million friendly people living as your neighbors and around, 94 million, remember, larger than the population of Ukraine, 74% are in favor of continued military support for Ukraine. That is 69.5 million people standing with Ukraine. So, Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. These are definitely good news. Thank you so much. John, thank you for this conversation. Thank you for your support for the work GlobSec is doing. And we are waiting for January next year and for information about your project about PTSD. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Thank you. Bye.
Now, I would like to invite Yevgenia Bliznyuk to join us. She is founder and CEO of the Gradus company.
Thank you. And I'm leaving too, actually. Євгенія презентує нам результати дослідження, яке зроблене...
Yevgenia will present the results of the study, which was conducted for KIEF International Economic Forum, and it has to address all the issues related to human capital. Good day, dear colleagues. I will gladly share with you the results. Can I stand here? It seems like it will be better for our conversation. So, especially for the KIEF International Economic Forum, Gradus have been organizing surveys I'm happy to present. And this year's topic is human capital. Everyone talks about it, everyone thinks about it, because it is an extremely sensitive topic for most of us. We can see what's happening in our country, how to combat the crisis of human capital. A few words about the survey. We've had thousands of respondents across Ukraine, aged from 18 to 65. We conducted the survey on the 8th of October, so 1 month ago. A few words about Ukrainians. What human capital do we have at this moment? A few statements here. First, Ukrainians are educated. Comparing to a lot of European nations, they have most of them have higher education. They are professional, and the second quality, they are very adaptive. 39% of our respondents have master's diploma, 22% have bachelor's diploma, and together it's more than a half. We all know that in Ukraine we have this tradition of getting higher education, and it is not bad. The level of English language skills, before we measured this indicator even before the war, and you can see the trend on the slide. People started actively learning English, and this indicator is in fact higher among young Ukrainians, but the war became an impetus for us as a society to integrate faster, think faster, and get ready better to communicate with Europeans, with foreigners. Statement number 2, Ukraine is a territory of high turbulence, but it is our strength, our benefit. Since 90s, our society has been going through numerous crises, challenges. We remember the year 1992, 96, 2008, 2014, 2004. And these were stress points, and after them, people had to adapt. 73% changed to the area of activities during their life, and 41% changed to their workplace within the last 3 years, so during the war. It means that from the point of view of employment, Ukrainian society is not only mobile, it is resilient. It can adapt. 82% of people want to look for the next place of employment in Ukraine. People in search of a better workplace are ready to changes within a year, which means that they plan for a short-term perspective. Basically, no one plans for more than 1 year ahead. People have compiled their vision of future. The main driver of decision-making about the change of employment is money, of course. We can all see how motivation packages change and grow on the market in Ukraine. It's a clear trend. There is a competition for high-skilled workers, and it keeps increasing dramatically. 58% of elderly seek for official employment. As to young people, it's not a factor. So it's an area where we as a society have to grow so that people rather choose official employment. But young people have their own specifics. Young people of up to 35 years old think money and comfortable conditions at a workplace are of the same importance. They think psychological balance, free time, relations, opportunity to work remotely are important. So while engaging different age groups, employers have to pay attention to different aspects. Third statement, Ukrainians are ready to change and to quickly to improve their life. Most people are ready to change their profession again, and they are sure that they will master new skills if needed. So if we remember the previous slide, if the respondents see financial benefit and comfortable workplace conditions, they will study and master new skills to correspond to these requirements. We all remember the boom of IT industry before the start of the full-scale war, when people of other professions, completely different, within 1 year and a half, became professionals in this area just to join this industry, which was seeing significant growth. Availability of opportunities to change qualifications and grow at the current workplace. A lot of people see these opportunities, but we remember that 70% of people think it's possible that they will change their workplace within a year. So there is no such a value as working at the same workplace during the whole life, like our parents did. There is a value of quick changes, quick adaptations, and in the short-term perspective, achieve as big result as possible. The main motives to change profession, we can see that it's higher salary, and the main barrier why a person can doubt as to whether they can get this profession is the high cost of training or complexity of new skills. And gender issues. Well, gender issues is not a very specific title. It was about whether Ukrainian women are ready to undergo training to get typically male professions. We can see that 50% say yes, and this figure is the same among men and women. So theoretically, women consider this path. 60%, almost 58% believe that actually women are capable of doing typically male work, but the main barrier is reservations as to physical capacities. If the business process in the company is arranged the way that physical efforts have to be put, it can be a reservation. For women, we can see that the second barrier is difficulty to manage family life and work life at the same time, and the third barrier is unequal payment. And we have to talk about it, we have to explain it, we have to work with it, definitely, because it's great that this barrier is now is something women are conscious of, because we were discussing the same topic before the war, and we could see the result that they think everything is fine in Ukraine with the equality, with the equal payment. Now we can see that they are conscious of the problem of the disparity. Engaging elderly, it's another trend we discuss in business community. 70% of people, of pensioners, are ready to consider working after they retire. The reason is there is one main reason. The pensions are low and people are ready to work as long as they can. The main barriers elderly see why it's difficult to be employed is limited number of vacancies for elderly. We still see age limits in many job offers and people just don't apply. Second barrier is health problems. And we could hear during the previous panel that there are such problems as PTSD, and the war has an impact on our elderly as well, unfortunately. Optimism, despite everything, it's a default parameter Ukrainians have, and it allows our society to deal with very complex situations such as war. 74% of people believe, or rather believe, that investments will come to Ukraine after the end of the war. And they believe that new working places will appear. Why I would like to underscore this aspect, because now for Ukrainians in Ukraine and abroad, the main driving force for getting back to work is not even a security factor, it's stability on the workplace with high salary.
What is needed for happiness? I would like to wrap up at the positive note. I will try at least, but it's not just entertainment that we require, but certain recipe, because what is needed for the happiness, it is also what has to be done to get back all the Ukrainians, to make them come back. So I do believe that the foundation of our human capital, of course, we can talk here about the engagement of migrants from countries of Middle East or Far East or from somewhere else, but the basic of our recovery of human capital is for our people to return. We see it's a very simple matrix. Gradius has surveys, and we asked about the feeling of subjective happiness. Ukraine is easily found here. We all understand that to be happy in our country is now a pretty complicated task, but despite all of that, to understand what is needed for happiness, we compared various countries. For me personally, it was extremely interesting that Germany and what else is there? Italy, yes, Italy. For them, families in the middle, they really care about the presence of family, family relations. But getting back to Ukraine, number one is health of me and my relatives. Number two, safety. Number three, finances. That's it. Thank you. Thanks a lot, dear colleagues. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you. I wish happiness to everyone. Thank you. Could you please
України Тетяну Бережну.
Anna Berezna. I would like to invite, yes, I would like to invite the director of the State Service of Women, Yulia Zhovtyak. I would also invite the expert of neuromanagement and neuroleadership, Natalia Kada. And also I would like to invite the founder and CEO of WorkUA, Artur Michno.
Зверніть увагу на гендерний
Please
баланс.
pay attention to the gender equality here. We talk a lot about it, and previous year, I remember, it was the whole issue about gender balance. So thanks a lot. You all have the mics. To start with, I have a short question to each of you that will be the following. What changes do you see at the labor market since the beginning of the full-scale invasion? In general, because you all have your own aspect, I mean, professional, personal, what do you see? Let's start probably from Natalia. The person is in the center of all the processes right now. Now we have such a format that is called by business human-centric organization, when big amount of attention is now paid to the condition of people, education of companies, how to understand their states, um, how to deal with them. The process of onboarding is much faster now, the process of adaptation, because if before we had time to adapt, then now the life cycle of employees of the organization is getting much shorter. So all the processes connected with onboarding, with adaptation are much faster. And from what is not so pleasant, not so positive, recently we were talking about so-called famine. Now we have famine, actually, so famine, and it's now every employee is a diamond. And if this person is in the organization, the most important thing is to integrate this person, to onboard this person, and to create such conditions that during that period of life cycle that the person is in the organization, so that the person can implement his or her talent in the best possible way, in a nutshell. Hello, I would probably be even shorter. I absolutely support Natalia, and not only business is facing with it as of now, but also state business, if to talk about human centricity and work with the staff. As you all understand, now it is the now labor market and of course structural unemployment, but probably we will be talking about that in more details later. Yes, it's hard to disagree with my colleagues, and I also would like to say that big tendency that we now see at the labor market is that involvement of people with disabilities and veterans is not corporate social responsibility now. It's a matter of survival for business. And one of the tendencies that we are also observing, it is the engagement of women to labor market, and they now try to work at stereotypically male professions. Well, it's a little bit difficult for me. It's strange for me to hear this engagement of women to labor market, because, well, women has always been there. But yes, if they are now working at some positions that were previously considered as males, then yes, I absolutely agree with what has already been mentioned. But I also would like to add at the same time that probably now the biggest amount of various trends is happening at the labor market. And first and foremost, it is probably the lack, the biggest lack of people, and especially qualified people. Because if you're talking about lack, it is probably around 30% of losses of labor market because of those people who left or who are now defending our country within armed forces of Ukraine. But at the same time, we understand that it is also the most active part of population. So if we are talking about most qualified people, in particular managers, and the lack is even bigger. I don't know what percentage should I say here, but it's definitely 40 or maybe even 50. So if to talk about the challenges that business is facing right now, that it's something that has never been in the whole history. And it's probably worth mentioning, especially here when we are talking about the tendencies for the next year, that those matters, that those tools that before were used to engage employees, they are not working now. They are not working, and they will not be working. Salaries, work conditions, and some other perks and bonuses are not enough to engage people to work. That's why the biggest challenge is this question, how to engage them, how to attract them. And here, of course, we have the answer. There are no periods where there are no replies, no answers. Of course, there are answers. And first and foremost, we are talking here about census. Companies have to learn, they have to recognize for themselves and then to learn, attract people with those ideas which they might follow and join this or that company. I can talk more here now, but since it's the first short question, I will stop here. And I can say that the key tendency is reconsidering of motivation while attracting and while further adaptation and development of a person in each company. I agree with that fully, and we will get back to that statement and we will talk about it in more details. My first question is to Tatiana, and it is in that context, in the following context. If we look at the numbers that we see now in Ukraine, that we have now in Ukraine concerning demographic crisis, then right now we have more than 30 million of population, yes, taking into account different data, taking into account temporarily lost territories, taking into account various data, more than 30 million. And according to the forecast to 2041, the number can be even less. It can be 28.9 million. But at the same time, Ukraine has ambitious goals, not only to survive, but also to win, to recover, already start recovering the country. And of course, we are getting here to that statement about lack of people, lack of specialists on all levels, in all spheres. I have the following question. Which spheres of economy suffers the biggest deficit of employees, and what, it's a question to you as representative of the government, what is the government doing in this direction? What are the plans? You have mentioned about numbers and forecasts, and I am sure that many of those who are present here heard about 6.8 million of additional employees as International Employment Organization informed us. Ministry of Economy also had separate research, and we understood that we had 4.5 additional employees in the employment market, labor market, and we understand that for our GDP grow, we need more employees. But every economist, specialist know, and it will not be a surprise for you, that we also need to take into account performance and effectiveness of work. If we take, for example, Denmark example, then they have 7 times less people than in Ukraine at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, but GDP is 2 times bigger. If we take Poland as an example, then we understand that there amount of people, employees especially, hasn't changed that much since 1990, but GDP is 2 times as big as Ukrainians. Why? Because they also engage investments from the EU. And we understand that what government should work on is not only creation of inclusive labor market and creation of that labor market that will return those people who left, but also investment into productivity of our employees. And of course, here a big field for cooperation and co-commitment of government, business, NGOs. I will never be tired of repeating that. It's creation of bigger amount of programs that will help Ukrainians to be more competitive at the labor market. These are state programs that we have. It's programs that are supported by international partners. For example, Ukrainian Coursera, it's Reskill program that is now acting, and it has more than 30,000 internship. But at the same time, it is nothing, because in Ukraine we have 8 million roughly of economically inactive population. So these are people who are not looking for work for some reasons. Either these are people with disability, or these are veterans that couldn't find their place in the labor market, or women who cannot combine their home routine and work obligations. So that's why a huge concentration of our joint efforts should be on activating those groups of economically inactive society. And of course, it's not only Ukrainian trend, it is a European world trend. And I hope that you also have read the report of Mario Draghi concerning how Europe should be more competitive. And he has mentioned that huge role of this advanced balance of Europe also depends on bigger employment of women. That's why it's not only Ukrainian tendency, activation of economically inactive society population. And answering your question, which sphere of economy suffers the biggest lack of employees, I would answer it in the following way. Globally, the lack of employees is observed in all the spheres. When we are talking with employers, then first, for the very long time, of course, it's not a surprise, their biggest pain is lack of employees. Previously, it was more lack of financial resources to continue their business, but here we, as the state, should rely on two things, requirements of business and our strategic vision, where we need to invest, the amount of employees, effectiveness, productivity, and of course, here straightforward answer will be, of course, the answer what economy we are going to build. We are building complex, highly technological economy in processing areas of industries. That's why we invest lots of efforts into teaching those people who are going to be in this sphere, project management and so-called blue-collar professions. So that's why it is such a trend, such a tendency, processing industry, complex economy, technologies that are created in Ukraine remain in Ukraine and not only exported abroad. And of course, engagement of women and activization of economically inactive society. Thank you. I wanted to ask Yulia, what are the programs? Because I understand that State Employment Service is actually responsible for implementation of those programs. Those programs that Tatiana has mentioned on re-education for elderly generation, for also for those who would like to become entrepreneurs and so on and so forth. What are the programs that are being done by the state right now? And maybe some of these programs are actually joint projects, as Ms. Berezhna has mentioned, where we have a state, a public sector, maybe some other partners, foreign partners. Yes, I would like to also support Tatiana, because previous year, together with the Ministry of Economy, Federation of Employers, we conducted survey, and we conducted the survey on employers, and they have mentioned that 40% of them really felt a deficit of employees, and it's processing industry, it's energy. So actually, it's all the sectors of economy. And here, I might clearly say that European countries, they also feel they have the same trends. It's just we also have the war additionally. Concerning the programs and generally re-education, if to talk about, you saw Grado's questionnaire, and you saw that the number of the percentage of people who are ready for re-education, and next year 82% are ready to change their work. And I would like to talk a little bit more about service of employment. I would like to break those stereotypes about that service, because for the recent years, the service has changed significantly. And as of now, we are not only talking about the fact that we register unemployed and paying unemployment aid, because basically, since the beginning of the war, there are much less people registered as unemployed. But today we are changing approaches to work. That's what Artur is talking about. Standard methods are not working at all right now. You apply for something, you're looking for a job, because there are lots of vacancies, but there is lack of people. So what are we facing with right now? How are we working? For today, the method of working with employers is the following. So the companies come to us and they say that taking into account efforts of government, the president, we can manufacture lots of products, but we lack people of certain professions. And just recently, in this example, I would like to mention that the company approached us. They're working in Kamyanska. They have contract for half a year ahead with European expert, and they need 150 people to organize the second shift of work. And if we look at that list of people that we have at employment service, of course, we will not be able in Kreminska city immediately 150 people here. That's why here we have non-standard methods of work. What do I mean? And here I also support Artur that now employers, and actually lots of them are ready for that, they are ready to change the approaches to searching for people. In this example, I can say that the owner of the company is saying that I'm ready to pay rent costs. I even can help with Osela crediting and give the first contribution, all possible social packages, good salary. So what the service should do if there are no such people? We will also offer re-education, but today we are going beyond only work with unemployment. We are using a unified portal, WorkUA, Robota.ua, where there are CVs, and with the help of community we are doing that, because Kamienska, for instance, is Dnipro region. We are here at the level of communities of Dnipro and Zaporizhzhia region, especially now where there are lots of IDPs. For them, it is in their interest that if someone might pay for their houses, for their flats, and good salaries, so they are ready to relocate, and that's why we offer full package from employer. We get communities, we gather communities, and that's how we are looking for our possible employees.
As to the programs on retraining, currently it's a must-have for us. We have all engaged in. Is it the only program, or is it the most successful one? It's one of the most successful programs implemented by the Employment Service. For example, this year we trained 60,000 of people. So people who were registered as unemployed can undergo training in Ukraine if they do not have the funds for the training. If they are registered, the Employment Foundation pays for their training with further employment. We can also train potential employees according to the needs of employers. We can train individually on enterprises. We can adapt our training programs according to the requirements of employers. In addition, we have a voucher program in Ukraine, and not only unemployed citizens, but other categories that require it can use it. These are IDPs, people with disabilities, veterans, and people older than 45 years old. When they choose the voucher program, the state compensates 30,000 hryvnias. We have already 35 professions in the list. What are the most popular? The most popular ones are, well, last year it was psychology, this year young nurse, and then drivers, tractor drivers, and welders. So last year psychology was occupying the first place. Yes, there was such a trend. So it's one of the programs I invite employers to participate in. We are ready to organize training for your employees and retrain population in general. I think there is lack of communication as to this topic. We already have this information, but overall, this information could be more accessible for employers so that they are able to improve their staff composition in different regions and different areas. We are currently working on global communication strategy. It's not criticism. I'm just reflecting on what I've heard. And as to the surveys, as a person who works with figures, last year's surveys really confirm this trend because everything changes rapidly. I mean, what you mentioned in the beginning of your speech. Yes, everything is changing very quickly. We can even see the dependence of the state of mind of our people on the intensity of air attacks. Artur, you had something to add? Yes, and I have even two things to add now. First, as to the engagement of people who, due to different reasons, are not in the labor market yet. I wanted to add some positive things here. We have ideas, and in some sense, I feel guilty because we didn't do it 10 years ago. We will try to take very important steps and reach out to small towns, not only big cities. I understand that for sure there are people who do not use modern technologies like Work UA site. We mean here the platform Work UA. Yes, or some other state platforms. So these people basically live in Terichanka settlement or other towns that are not far from big cities. If we speak about the west of Ukraine, there are a lot of small towns or villages of 2,000 people, and they are not part of the general labor market. They do not know how to find employment opportunities, and the enterprises don't know it either. I know such cases when in Dnipro, big entrepreneurs stick announcements to shop doors, etc., and that's how they find workers for themselves. It happens in small towns and villages. I think we will do something soon, and we will try to reach out to potential employees. Very often they can work as electricians, as guardians, as other technical personnel. They might be 60 years old, living not too far from Dnipro, but without any job. And for them, the word CV or resume are even unknown. It contradicts a little bit with what Eugenia said, because we seem to have a very high level of education, etc. It doesn't contradict. These things coexist. There is another story. There are many people who work in cities, but with low salaries. And in fact, they are great workers, and often they are not ready to go to interviews and try to improve their financial conditions. They are in some way absent from the market, but we'll try to change it. It's my first statement. Next one, since we are at the economic forum and we are speaking about our future, to be honest, maybe it's an unpopular thing, but we have to talk about it. I have a feeling of schizophrenia in some sense, because on the one hand, we invest a lot of resources to train people to for them to become visible for the market. On the other hand, people who are capable, who know how to work, who are specialists, go to work, then enlistment offices representatives come and they are mobilized. Well, here is the question: can't we find a formula after 3 years of full-scale invasion to, if not protect employees, then to have some guarantees? Because we train people, then we lose them. It's not a question to you, but we should not leave this question without answer. There is this interesting story. I will not give you specific surnames, but there is an organization working in construction area. They signed a contract in Dnipro region. Alexei must remember it. It was in our oblast. It was an agreement to build some, let's say, installations or premises for the military. They refused to perform their obligations because there was the risk of mobilization. We have to find an answer to this. It's the third year of war, and we would like to have this dialogue. You all understand that the times we are going through are complicated, and we have a lot of willingness to find a balance between people who defend us and people who support our economy, the workers paying taxes to fund weapons for those who defend us on the front line. Of course, the situation we find ourselves in is not typical. We cannot look at best practices, find answers to these questions in different manuals. It's something we have to try ourselves by improving mobilization procedure, booking procedure, and we as a government do everything we can to find this balance. We all know that our state had seen its independence taken away for a lot of times in history, and these problems are obvious, and we have a common goal in this sense. I think it's a question for a separate discussion, at least in this format. I think we lack some members of the panel discussion who would be able to tell us specifics in this area. I have a question to Natalia. We were speaking about adaptation of internal processes and the exhausted employees, which affects the quality. I cannot compare us with Poland or Denmark. The level of stress we have here is different. But let's go back to all these aspects of changes. What should be changed? What should employers change in their approaches, and what can they use from the management point of view to retain people, to support them, for the workers to give the best result and achieve some kind of satisfaction from their work? I will start by saying that in the beginning of the war, we invited specialists from Israel to tell Ukrainian businesses how to work to improve resilience. Now we have a huge request from Israel. Now they want Ukrainian businesses to tell them about resilience and how to increase it. Speaking about how organizations change in their interactions with people, one of the most striking examples is the courses, training courses about how to teach in university groups where they have former servicemen. And we now have courses for adaptation on potential colleagues of the veterans who come back. And they also have to adapt as well as the servicemen who come back to civilian life. And it's no longer about inclusion. We could see in Western newspapers, it's about our real inclusion, which we should see in this space. We as businesses have to provide physical opportunities for people with disabilities. It's also about work with the mental component. We had a period in our operations when we were saying that every manager has to be a psychologist in a way. Now, fortunately, we are no longer saying that managers have to be psychologists for their employees, because the time of the manager, the time of a leader is most precious in the organization, and either we have all the employees who had a chance to cry, or we have visionary ideas, and Now, we think that a professional certified psychologist have to be employed as a staff member in organizations. Before, we had HR departments responsible for development and selection process. Now, psychological support has to be part of operations. When we speak about neuromanagement, we are speaking about what it means to be a human. And Eugenia spoke a lot about the primary value of security. So from the point of view of neuromanagement, psychological security is of the same importance as physical security. And if we as an organization cannot ensure physical security and safety, the level of psychological safety is something we can ensure, and we can do it by organizing interactions and communications. So for many companies, it's necessary to understand that workplace is one of the most important foundations of people, and it's something which holds them. We are looking for this feeling of psychological safety, which means understanding of your own value, of your own impact, senses, when we understand what we are doing and why we are doing that. These are the aspects that have to become the basics in terms of organizations of working environment. So we have to think about our reactions, and we react not only to the events themselves, it's also about the state we perceive these events in. So we have to think about the motivation as well. There are many study findings saying that it's not money that motivates employees, and soon we won't be able to find the right balance between the level of salary and the inflation we can see in our country. So people have to be able to impact the situation. They need to have motivation. They have to be in a stable psychological state, and also they need to have emotional competence. There are still managers who say that workplace is not a place for emotion, but we have to develop emotional literacy, and these will be answers to why we do what we do, why we feel that we want the working day to end soon. I really like the phrase that efficiency does not depend on the number of people only, and be always busy is in stupidity. We can see this new trend. So we need to organize the context, not for longer work, but for more efficient work. We can also mention here the term of resilience, which can be exported already by Ukraine. Well, we've already studied everything as to resilience. Now we use the word stamina, because resilience works well when we know what term we have, what delays we have, and stamina is something we can rely on when there is no endpoint in sight. Yes, we should also think about how we can use it in public sector. Can I add something? Just a few words, because we started talking about psychology and this care about people's states. We are actually here in a dangerous topic. We've always been there. All the topics we're discussing here are quite tricky. I haven't even voiced all the critical statements and all the figures, so we stay in this tricky topic. To be honest, I wanted to say that I do not agree at all with what you said. Now, it's good that then I heard some things I agree with. And first of all, it's the statement that the work gives people senses and the sense that they keep living. And now it's important to address those responsible for employees. It's CEO and HRD, the managers, the heads. But in HRD, they decide on the culture. In the company, they set some rules, and to some extent, they even create rules for CEO. In many companies, they do that. They decide on the culture they will have in the company. And the tricky aspect here is that a lot of HRDs started acting as grannies who put a hat and gloves on their children. They start feeding them with some candies, and they forbid to do exercises outside. It looks like we complain here. I just want to speak about danger we have in the country. It's true that it's hard for all of us, and when we start caring about people in such a way that probably should go home earlier, it's a lack of culture. We have to do something about that. Yes, but it's very important to know about specific examples. Let's remember that case with a company that was dealing with furniture. There was an air attack which destroyed their warehouse, and they renewed their operations in other city, and no one was complaining about their psychological state.
В якій все добре, є зарплата, є можливість, але дві HRD, яких я змінив, кожен раз намагалися допомагати людям залишатися вдома, потурбуватися, знайти їм психологів, щоб вони ще більше занурилися в свій критичний стан, і замість того, що давайте зберемося,
even deeper into their critical state, and was instead
те, що ми маємо зробити, переможемо в цьому. А для цього
of
треба
staying, instead of
Ані,
doing this, they needed to do what? They needed to change needed to go to work. But they say, no, if you want, you can stay at home. Everything is okay. When they are sitting in those four walls for how long it's possible, but there are lots of care. No, the manager does not have right to invite them to come to the office. No, there is no right to tell let's hug those who are at the front line. I personally was prohibited to do that. We had conflict in the company where HRD was saying that no, you don't have such a right, and said no, I don't have right to just to invite. It's not that I am ordering somebody to do something, but you are putting them under threat. But they are adults, they can make their own choices. No, it's your authority and you put them under danger. But what can we talk? How can we talk about our victory here if we just care and stay at home and just sit and think about our psychological condition and mental state? Just one remark is that they are really worried that HRDs themselves tell that before that, when they were putting on some vacancies at some kind of search engine, they saw 40 replies, and now they see only one, and that's why they're really worried to lose that person, because they're afraid that they will not find another one. But the matter is that what when people stay at home and really lose motivation, lose their energy, stop communicating with each other, we are kind of trying to protect them, but well, really, But we are losing when we hire unprofessional HRDs. Yes, I agree with that completely. Yes, it's about standards of HRD. It's great, and adaptivity of the system of employee management in the context of war. Because if they still measure it as it was before, then we have what we have. And here is the question only to professionality of those people that we as CEOs or managements led to our organization. So yes, but it will be working effectively in the company when the head from HRD, when the managers and HRD speak one language, see eye to eye, and do not order and do not have any kind of arguments. Let me add here then, could you please tell the main role of HRD? Who HRDs work on? Who's the main client of HRD? Is that employees or CEO of the company? HR's partners, HRD is first of all partner of CEO and helps them to adapt processes and systems so that people who work in organization can in the easiest way obtain the best results. So first and foremost, HRD should synchronize everything with the CEO and only then talk with the team. Yes, only like that. It's mostly, it's not those people who only dealing with organization of New Year parties or that bring you complaints of their colleagues. Yes, I see here three separate topics that can be used for next events, and we can have a discussion, and we need to limit in time in such discussion. I just wanted to make to talk about the event. Maybe you will mention at the end. At the end, when we come to the end, you will be able to mention that. But we haven't covered one very important aspect, and I would like to hear your opinion about returning of Ukrainians and what should we do with those young people who left to study and they already planning to stay there, or maybe they are not planning. In any case, you see, according to last research, practically half of respondents that left, they are not planning to come back for various reasons. The lack of employment, the lack of housing, safety, various factors. But what to do with those young people? How to make them come back? I would like to start with Tatiana. Yes, thank you. And answering this question, I think that we all need to remember that Ukrainians, wherever they are subjects and they are subjective, and they themselves will make a decision whether they want to stay or to leave, and if to stay, then for how long. And if we are talking about return, I think that we need to substitute the word of return with the narrative of cohesion, of unity, that it means that you're valuable for us as Ukrainian citizens, wherever you are, and whatever, and whenever you might make this this decision to come back. And I think it's not a surprise for everyone. No one is going to dispute that definitely only opportunities can make Ukrainians come back. And also understanding that in their home country, in 1 year, they can achieve something that you cannot achieve abroad in 10, because abroad, most probably, you will be level lower in qualification and you will not be doing what you were doing in Ukraine. And the role of the state here is, of course, first of all, to create opportunities. We have talked a lot about this. The second is that we need to say that we are waiting for you when you make this decision to come back, because you are valuable, equally valuable for us. The person who's living abroad might be an ambassador, economic, cultural ambassador, and and do for Ukraine there sometimes much more than this person can do for Ukraine staying in Ukraine. It is also possible. That's why about returning of Ukrainians, we need to talk using the word of unity of Ukrainians, and we need to work not only on the governmental level, because of course these opportunities that the state might implement, the government might implement, may be stronger only if they are made stronger by the role of business and civil society. I agree completely, and here I would like to break our trajectory, our direction of communication a little bit, because in the audience we have representative of a very interesting generation, Anton Honopolsky. I would like please to give the mic to Anton. He's the person who is unique in various aspects. First of all, 3 months before full-scale invasion, graduating from one of the educational institutions in Israel, and Anton returned, and he has been here all this time. So could you please say what makes you stay here in this country? What are you doing and why? Because Tatiana was talking about opportunities, and it seems to me that this is the key aspect that we would like to hear your story. Yes, I absolutely agree. Hi, everyone. Could you please switch on the mic? Yes, hi, everyone. My name is Anton. 3 years ago, 3 months before the beginning of the full-scale invasion, I returned to Ukraine from Israel, where I was working in the biggest scientific research institute in Israel. I was a chemist there. I have pretty rare specialty, and together with partner, we launched startup. It's a small company that is dealing with the development of modern research models for medicine. It's around the world. It's a highly ineffective process, despite the fact that it's huge industry. And our Nordic company is the first company in Europe, the classic discovery company. And we are helping such companies to develop drugs in the most effective way using modern models that
В Україні
that
ми це робимо
help make
це
those medicine active. We do this in
керуючись
Ukraine with those
совєт,
technologies that
і
you
ви тут
have
разом
learned there, that you brought
паном
here, and
Володимиром
here
робите
together with
цей
Mr.
великий проект.
Yefemenko, you
Воно
are
зайняло
working
3
on this
роки.
huge project.
Ми
It took us
розробили
3
досвід
years. We have
технології, які
developed our
запатентовані
own
на сьогоднішній день в
technologies
США.
that we patented
Вже
in
і
the
ці
USA
технології
as of now, and these
використовуються як нами, так
technologies
і
are
нашими
being
клієнтами
used
для
by us
досягнення
and by our
лікарських результатів
clients
на
for
сьогоднішній день.
testing medicinal
Тобто це повністю зроблено
for
і
testing medicines.
технологія,
So
і
the whole
навичка, і команда,
technology,
яка цим
the
займається. В команді
skill,
я самий старший, мені 25 років.
the team. I'm the oldest. I'm
Я самий старший
25.
в
I'm the
команді на
oldest in the
сьогоднішній
team
день, бо в
as of
Україні
now,
немає
because in
кваліфікованих
Ukraine
людей
we do
з
not
цього
have
зовсім.
qualified biologists at
Якщо
all.
подивитися на випускників
If to
біологічних
look at
факультетів
the
Київського
graduates
національного
of
університету,
biological
то першим
faculty of KIEF
місцем
National
працевлаштування
University, then the
випускника
first place for
є компанія
employment
Нова Пошта.
is
Далі
Novopochta
будуть іти
company.
компанії
Then will be
Діла та Сміл,
companies
які я думаю, ви знаєте.
Deal and Smil. I think you
Справа
know
в тому,
about them as
що
well.
в пресі
It's just the thing that
та ще декілька компаній це отакі острівки
Pressy and
біотеху, які
several
є в
more
Україні.
companies. These are
Це
such
відсила
islands of
індустрія на
biotech
500 робочих
available in
місць
Ukraine.
на
They
сьогоднішній
have
день.
maybe
Але
maximum
в
500
світі це вже
jobs as
3%
of now,
світового
but
ВВП. Треба розуміти, що це
around the world it's already
найбільш
3% of world
зростаюча область серед
GDP. So you
технологічних
need to
областей, що є
understand that it's the
в світі
fastest
на сьогоднішній
growing
день.
Правильно я розумію, це
area.
так повезло, умовно
And as far as
кажучи,
I
да? От
understand,
ти
you got
потрапив в ту
lucky,
нішу,
relatively
в якій
speaking,
ти
because you
добре розбираєшся. Вона
you
виявилась
ended
по
up in that niche
заповненню
that
тут
you
в
are really good
Україні.
at.
Да? Вона
It is
виявилась
not yet
сповненою
full here in
можливостей,
Ukraine. But
да?
it's
І
full
опцій
of
для розвитку
opportunities and
з
options for
бізнесом, да? З
development
державою,
with
можливо, з
business,
державним
with the
сектором,
state,
але в
maybe with
будь-якому
state
разі тут,
sector.
да, створюючи
But
нові
in any
місця,
case, here creating new
що треба
jobs.
зробити, щоб
What shall be
молоді люди,
done
які
for young,
закінчать
so that
да,
young
навчання
people
там в
who
інших країнах, щоб вони
graduate
повернулися,
in other
зробили тут
countries
такий самий
come
вибір,
here
на твою
and to
думку?
make the same
Мені
choice,
здається,
in
це
your
мають бути
opinion?
можливості.
It
По-перше,
seems to
це
me it
мають
should be
бути
opportunities,
позиції,
and
які
it
несуть
should
собою
be
виклики для цих людей.
positions
Справа в
that
тому,
bring
що
some kind of challenge for these people.
європейська
You know,
кон'юнктура, слово науково, я
European
буду казати про свою
conjecture,
область, бо я
especially
погано
scientific
знаю
one.
свої
I'm going to talk
будь-які
about
інші.
my area because I'm not really a great
Наукова
specialist in any
кон'юнктура в світі
other area.
достатньо
Scientific conjuncture
повільна,
in
і
the
для того,
world
щоб
is
пройти
pretty
від там
slow,
аспіранта
and to
до лідера
get
групи,
from
це треба 10 років.
postgraduate student
У
to at
нас
leader of the group,
немає
10 years.
такої
They need 10
групи,
years. We
нема
do not
такого
have
вибору.
any.
І
We do not have such scientific
Україна
groups or
несе з
leaders of
собою такі
scientific groups. And
можливості створювати
Ukraine
такі робочі
has
місця
such
з нуля,
opportunities to create
набирати
such
людей,
jobs
які
from the scratch,
можливо
and
не
to
є
attract
настільки
those people who
кваліфікованими,
maybe not
як
that
там професор
qualified,
якогось Гарвардського
as for instance
університету, але
professor of
все ще
Harvard
достатньо
University,
кваліфікації для того,
but
щоб робити
still
круто науку,
enough with
робити
enough
круті дослідження
qualification
там, де
to
ми є.
conduct great
Клас, дуже
research where we
дякую.
are at
Дуже
right now.
дякую. Я вважаю, що це
Thank
дуже
you. Thank you.
гідний
I
приклад
believe that
і
it's a
дуже,
very decent
дуже цікава
example
історія,
and extremely
яка має
interesting story
повторюватись
that should be
частіше в Україні.
repeated
Антоне,
more
дякую тобі.
often in Ukraine. Thank you, Anton. Thank
Хочу
you.
сказати, да.
You wanted to say
Тетяна.
something,
Дуже
yes?
дякую насправді за приклад
Yes,
Антона. Це
actually,
неймовірний
thanks a
приклад,
lot
який
for
всі
this
мали
example
почути
of Anton.
сьогодні.
It's an
Також
amazing
скажу кілька
example
прикладів
that
від нас.
everyone had to
Дійсно,
hear today, and
Україна
several examples
схожа
from
на нашу
myself. So yes,
історичну
Ukraine
сутність.
is similar to
Є
our
університет,
historic
великий степ, де
essence,
ти можеш
just, you know,
робити
step
важливі речі
field,
прямо
wild
зараз. В
field
Міністерстві
where you can
економіки
do
ми маємо
important
програму
things right
KIEF
here and
Ukraine.
now. In the Ministry
Це
of Economy, we have a program
випускники
called Creative Ukraine. These are graduates of top universities that have returned to Ukraine to work in the Ministry of Economy. This is amazing program. And for example, Julia returned. She was studying in Italy. She is working on Euro integrational matters. Soon I will go to the screening to Brussels, and we are preparing lots of presentations. We are getting ready. And yesterday, for example, we had such a situation where we are sitting with Ola Stefanishina, with Julia, and she was saying, Tatiana, it's happening. I feel that I am taking part in extremely important processes for my country. And I think there are so many examples like Julia, like Anton, because people might be motivated by the fact that in Ukraine, historic processes are taking place right now. And to be relevant to those historic processes, to feel that you are building that state where you want to live, that's what should motivate people to return. Maybe it's a little bit romanticized, but that's how it is. Well, it's cool and it's really inspirational. I would then please could you join to this statement of Tatiana Artur, the final remark concerning what should be done and where to find this vibe and this match so that it can really happen, this returning, this making people look for new jobs. Well, let me try to answer with metaphor. 1 year ago, we understood what is work UA as a metaphor. We realized that work UA is an airport of dreams, where every vacancy that is in this airport is a plane. And if a person finds, really finds their dream job, then there is this feeling that they are flying, because each of us has definitely felt that. And actually, when it's a pretty amped metaphor, that's how it's going on, because it looks like different companies, it's like various countries. And the work of barista, for instance, in Italy, in Nicaragua, and in the USA, and in England, will be absolutely different, because it's just different culture. And no one has even mentioned that, for instance, in the USA, it's worse or better than in Italy. It's just different. And each company has to learn to talk about them in such a way so that the person wants to make this journey and not the other one, to stay with them. And I believe that every founder created this company for some reason. He's baking bread and he's not dealing with car repairing or biologist or chemist. If a person has passion, then the person can talk about it in such a way that really, Artur, we can feel that. Yes, yes. And my last statement about HRD. What is the key function? It looks like HRD is a CEO of avia companies, and when they send this plane, if this person can really tell amazingly about the company, so that it's really the person that can give wings. And if this paradigm, every HRD starts thinking what to do for people around them to be with wings, for them to fly to their work, I think that our country might still show amazing examples for all of the world. Thank you. Yulia, please, your reflection. What to do? First of all, practical. Just yesterday, I returned from Brussels, where we had one day meeting. What have I brought, and what European countries are going to do, and services of employment. By the way, youth, yes, it's always top topic. Children and unemployed people, how to make them go to labor market and so on and so forth. Yesterday, we discussed, and now we are going to offer to do that. It's actually people of pension age already, and as of now, once again, I looked at the graduates. People are ready to work. They want to work. What will I offer to do after what I heard yesterday? If person gets pension but is still ready to work more, then we, as employment service, according to our current legislation, just can look for some job place, consultants, so on and so forth. But I would offer to re-educate people without any kind of age limitations. And because now, with the help of the funds of unemployment fund, we will be able to do that. But the most important thing for us to employ them is to re-educate them. Now, Europe and the European state services of employment moving towards that. We are going to work with our veterans and people with disabilities. Our legislation is going to change. We will have differently defined disability. We will have differently defined the opportunity to work for people with disabilities, and taking into account that I'm the head of the service of employment, I would like to say that since in Sorochanka or Petrikivka we do not have work UA, I'm really trying so that this place of dream was the service of employment, and we are changing our approach. We have individual approach, and we, well, such small state recruiters. We are teaching, we are educating our people with Israeli Trauma Coalition, with lots of other organizations concerning work, concerning different experience, and the percentage of employers that are saying right now that people might come from you not motivated just to get some kind of tick in the box. Trust me, it's much lower now. If you haven't been with us yet, if you haven't used our services, I invite you, and I'm ready to personally help you, and so that we can cooperate with your company. I just wanted to say about the veterans, because it's extremely important matter. It happened so that exactly today we signed not yet announced memorandum with the Ministry of Veterans, and in the nearest days we will announce approach to active hiring of veterans, because this challenge we still need to pass through, to go through. The war will come to a halt, then we will go to victory, and lots of people will be coming back. We need to find this opportunity to adapt veterans, to know how to work with them, and we already need to start doing that. Yes, that's definitely like that, and thank you for this information and for this news. I'm pretty sure that we will read it in some official news from Work UI, how it's going to work further, and what benefit it might bring to the labor market as a whole.
It will probably be primitive, but I hope it will still be significant. One of the main tasks of our evolution is to ensure our continuous existence, and we could see the situation that some companies blackmail their employees and require them to come back to Ukraine, and they lost. There were other companies who won, because if you ask people who came back, they will say that they decided to come back to people and because of people. So developing the value, the importance of what you do as an organization, and working to unite people around the senses and the products, and then people will come back on their own. Thank you very much. I would like to suggest the following. Probably, if we speak about values and the importance of increasing the value of every person, should we probably rename HRD to HCD, Human Capital Directors? That's just a thought I got, and probably we can further think about it, and can be a marker of the changed approach. It's about narratives. Until we have human resource, it is not human-centered approach, and it's not only about management, it's about co-action. I will even further increase the heat. Should we remind them into HVD? And it is very important that HRs find real masters of their affairs. People who are in love with what they do become real masters. Thank you, dear colleagues, for this very interesting panel.
Як нам стати тільки, скажіть, будь ласка. Всім дуже дякуємо.
Thank you, everyone.
письмі багато покликаних, мало вибраних. Будемо вважати нас вибраними. Перед тим, як відрекомендувати своїх панелістів, мене звати Вадим.
I introduce the panel discussion participants. My name is Vadim Karpyak. I will moderate the panel. We have prepared a short video by a team on ICTV responsible for civic defense, and these initiatives have been considered as the most efficient. And a lot of people, in particular in Russia, watch these videos. So as an introduction, let's see a short video. Probably we should raise monuments to Suvorov in Warsaw, Liverpool, and several other cities that are worthy of being destroyed by a nuclear bomb. Cinema, where are going to Crimea? Why in Ukraine? For me, Crimea is Russian. They are rewriting historic facts. So there is no Ukrainian people, no Ukrainian people. They do it even at schools and kindergartens. And Putin did everything right. Crimea propaganda covered all the areas of life in Russia. Vladimir the Great, it sounds good, but we can and should fight, and this struggle is ongoing relentlessly. For how long? Let's discuss that now.
Так, отож, обговорювати будемо з Дарією
So,
Зарівною.
we will have the discussion with Daria Derivna, advisor of the head of the Presidential Office of Ukraine. We also have Peter Pomerantsev online, senior fellow at Johns Hopkins University. He promised to be with us during the whole hour. He will speak in English, so if you need simultaneous interpretation, please take the devices, the headsets. Akim Halimov, Ukrainian film director, Volodymyr Fedorin, founder of Forbes Ukraine, Katerina Kluruk, public policy lead in Central and Eastern Europe at Meta, Olena Tsentilo, journalist. All of these people have something to say as to the topic of this discussion, because it sounds like a truth versus post-truth, Ukraine in the information war. The previous version was how should Ukraine win in the information war, but I insisted to change this wording because according to my conviction, we cannot win in an information war. It's something which goes on. You can win a battle 2 or 3, then you will lose somewhere, so there is no end to an information war in the world we live in. It's a constant process. So it's not about how we should win, but how we should win separate battles. Let's start probably with Daria Zarivna. You will have to speak on behalf of the leadership. Well, I ask you, look, there is a problem. Despite the fact that we have quite a protected information space, protected from Russian influence, there are still gaps, because in the world we live in, we cannot close every gap. There are some surveys which show that some narratives are obviously Russian, and they are directed at discrediting Western values, and there are many examples of it. Ideally, I understand that it's complex, but we would like to have an information wall, iron wall with Russia in terms of information space. Is it possible, in your opinion, and is it necessary? If yes, why? Yes, you used this term of Iron Curtain, information Iron Curtain, and it's a good trigger because I instantly thought back to the times of the Soviet Union. What caused Soviet debacle? I do not think it's economic problems or issues of spread of weapons. I think the Soviet Union was destroyed in the information area Rolling Stones and Metallica, porn videos, and of course, jeans as a metaphor, as a symbol of the free world. And so honestly, I do not believe in information iron curtain. As such, you were right to say that information opposition is limitless. If we think about the victory in information war, I think that victory in information war is information domination. And I also think that Russia uses information war as a part, as an element, as a component of military efforts. And by the way, the West doesn't understand up until now that there is full-scale information war waged against them, and they place responsibility for this struggle on independent news outlets. And it's not right because the military has to fight here, PSYOPs. And there is this problem, you're right to say that. What can we do about it? First is blocking, and we already mentioned the topic of blocking Telegram channels. If we look at Russia, we can see that they keep using Instagram, YouTube. These measures do not work even there. Plus, it's expensive. It's a constant game. It's an endless process. So I think that in the modern world, this option of bans, it's not very effective. Option number 2, regulating. Since February, the European Digital Services Act has been enforced in the EU. It provides for some requirements as to the activities of social media marketplaces, file processing sites. So fakes have to be deleted, the audit has to be constant. It's something we want, but there are a lot of but. Number one, this act is part of the pre-existing legislation. Secondly, there are some levers in Europe we do not have, which help to enforce these tools, these documents. Plus, the tech companies themselves are responsible for regulation too. It's a long path, but I think we will come there after some time. It's not something we can do here and now very quickly. Option number 3, and I think it's something we can do now, it's increasing media literacy of population, critical thinking and information hygiene. It's something we've been talking a lot about. There are a lot of NGOs, civil society organizations dealing with it, but there is no other way. It's something we have to keep doing. And I think that to support what you said before, I think that even when this active phase of war ends, our information war will last forever with Russia. And it's an information thing which has to go on at all levels. It has to be an element of educational policy, in state policy, at the level of educators, and we have to teach fact-checking, we have to organize different broad campaigns, and there is a phrase, something it was by Otto von Bismarck, but actually it was Oskar Bischoff who said it, a geographics teacher, that the wars can be won by teachers. So information war, in my opinion, is won by teachers. And I think this media literacy component and critical thinking component is crucial in the educational area. Another important aspect, civil society. I think that the essence of our civil society existence is not only criticizing the leadership, but they have to be allies. We have to play in one team. It's very important. And in our post-Soviet countries, there is huge disrespect to the official position of the authorities. I think it's a post-Soviet trauma. It's remnant because in Western European countries, it's the opposite. Even the state doesn't say something, there is a presumption of trust, and we notice that it's a world trend. I think that here we absolutely require support from civil society. Another important aspect is the opinion leaders. When people write something on social media and you understand that you feel the same, you perceive these messages as true. And this huge number of conspiracy theories. I just watched TikTok videos with some conspiracy theories that are even ridiculous. It was with Moshinska water brand. And I think it's a question not only to the leadership, it's a task of each and everyone here, of every citizen. Either we react to emotional posts and information from anonymous Telegram channels, or we stay calm, we make conclusions, and we don't rush in our decisions. And when I read the piece of news about the rise in the prices of Ukrainian euro bonds, even before the election results were announced in the US, I thought about that famous story that Napoleon learned about the outcome of the war the day before the Waterloo battle, and it's something. And of course, he won. I think we need to think back to this story when we read some speculations, some anonymous messages, etc. Okay, sounds like conspiracy theory. By the way, I didn't know that story. I just knew about that statement that the teachers and priests win the wars. Sometimes we can see this opposition between the civil society and the management. If you saw the Big Bang Theory TV series, we could see there a model of information war because there were three-dimensional chess. It was very hard, and I wanted to give the floor to Volodymyr now. When we speak about journalism, we mostly speak about cultural journalism and social and political journalism. As to economic journalism, is something we do not refer to very often. They exist very separately. They have their specific language, and it looks something very distant. Unfortunately, maybe it's not true for everyone else here, but in my bubble, I did a survey and we do not understand what's happening in the information war in economic journalism. When we speak about the culture, for example, we understand what kind of messages Russians want to spread in this area in Ukraine. What about economic topic? It's a very complicated question. I was reflecting on this topic for several weeks. I could see the chief editor of Forbes, Boris Davydenko. Here they just issued another interesting issue, and I can say that Forbes is a mirror of what's happening with economy, with business, and it's hard for me to recall some materials where we are waging the war with Russian economic disinformation. I think that the most efficient shoots in this war are by missiles and drones, because we can impact economy through increasing the uncertainty, leading to difficult decisions whether people have to invest or save money. And there is good news here, because our business, our people, of course, it's difficult for them. They are under constant pressure. There are some optimistic waves, there are pessimist waves, but the good news is that the business learned how to live with it and work with it. The latest surveys indicate that despite the fact that the heating season is there, we remember the expectations we've had since May. So despite all of that, the level of optimism is quite high if we compare it with other periods of this war. And again, from what Forbes says and writes about, it's not Moscow agents, but our, let's say, actors, well, bastards, you wanted to say, they create a lot of uncertainty. Our own agents create a lot more uncertainty. Our law enforcement agencies, our courts, people who find reasons to spread disagreement, to attack their own people instead of other things. So it's a big problem. I think Forbes is not participating in information war, and they are doing their jobs this way because they are not the military. They work for Ukrainian business. They work with their audience for people to know that true information is spread through Forbes, and if there are mistakes, they will be corrected. And I would like to continue to pick up on what Daria said. Actually, information domination is not about bans. This European regulatory act will not work in full. For the last 20 years, the US have been growing much faster, and they are more prosperous than Europeans. And in the last issue, we could see a big dialogue on higher education. The rectors of the best private and state universities engaged in a dialogue, and they said that our current problem is not that much the quality of our professors and teachers, but the quality of the secondary education. The first-year students are not ready for higher education, and we need to improve their basic knowledge. So bans will not work. Investments in the educational system we could see during previous years will not work. You did a lot, United 24, incredible energy that the office of the president and the president himself conveyed to the society throughout the times of the full-scale invasion is great.
But I would like to rely on what you mentioned about information domination. So we have to create such a content that people need. It might be business journalism, it might be cultural journalism, it might be some kind of explosion that for the third year we have already been noticing it, this boom on the stages of Ukrainian theaters. They are our hidden arms. That's what people need. So that's why we need to focus to create that content that people need. That video that we have shown, it seems to me that this Russian propaganda, it's working in Ukraine. It can work in Ukraine only against them because we only feel ugliness when we see this. The best propaganda that they spend billion of dollars every year. So that's why I would like to encourage everyone who's present here to create texts, films, songs, because otherwise we will have nothing to dominate with. To create more content. Okay, so the idea of prohibition of something looks like a fast solution, but when Dasha was talking about our talk, then before this panel, I was in my communication with experts from those informational campaign. We were talking about prohibition of Telegram. You have probably heard about them. Yes, just to prohibit and that's it. But experts who are a little bit deeper in this topic, they say that, you see, there was ВКонтакте and Одноклассника. ВКонтакте belonged belonged to Russia, and they had budgets for Contact and Одноклассники. We closed them, but budgets are still there. Now they moved to Telegram, and now we can close Telegram, but the budgets will not go anywhere else. They will move to TikTok, obviously. And if Telegram we can still analyze because we can take text data and it's text network, then in TikTok we'll be absolutely exhausted by analyzing those terabytes of video. So that's why this is always open question. It's the easiest thing to prohibit something, but if it exists, and if there is this content that Volodymyr was talking about, then it will find its way to viewer, listener, reader. And actually, because of this prohibition, I would like to join now Peter Pomerantsev, our British colleague, who actually was researching Russian propaganda really deeply. He has several books, and I really recommend them. So, Mr. Peter, I would like to ask you that we are hearing that in Europe, in this United States, they're also trying to counterfight Russian propaganda. They prohibited Russia Today, Sputnik, but still Russian propaganda is finding its way to access viewers. And according to your opinion, Peter, what are they talking about? What's the main aim? And do they have this main idea that they are just so intently putting into minds of people in Europe and in the USA? In particular, whether this idea is about Ukraine and war with Russia.
So I think Ukrainians know this better than anybody else. I feel absurd telling you anything about Russian propaganda, but it's very effects-driven, it's very audience-driven. There will be one message to the far right. Recently in the US, it was revealed that Russia was secretly funding right-wing YouTubers, $100,000 per video, to say horrible things about Ukraine and how America should abandon support for Ukraine. And at the same time, Russia is working in Africa, secretly funding African anti-colonial websites, which are anti-American and left-wing. So look, we know this very well now. They will have, they're very effects-driven. They don't think about this as journalism. They think about this as information war. And they have an aim, and they work backwards from the aim. And they have a very large system that works that way.
Ви у нас... Ага, я так зрозумів, що це вже повна відповідь. Добре, тоді
As far as I understand, it's full answer, but now I would like to have clarification. I just wanted to ask you for a pretty long time already. In your book about everything true and everything is possible, you're discussing the story that propaganda is always based on some kind of huge narrative. This is some kind of big story For example, Soviet propaganda was based since Brezhnev times on the stories about his victory in the Second World War. It was some kind of myth. And now Putin's Russia is continues to exploit this story. But but Russia hasn't created its own big narrative. And as far as I understand from your book, what Russia is now showing as propaganda, it's rather, some information campaigns, but there is no big narrative. What's the problem in this case? Why they don't have this big narrative, in your opinion?
Well, we're sort of out of the world of big narratives. Big narratives belong to a world when there were, a limited amount of media where you could talk about grand narratives. We're in a very different world. Every political campaign has to assemble a populist coalition out of very, very different actors. People live in very different information environments. So I think, we could take a very technologically driven understanding of ideas. When there was a small amount of media, you had big stories. Now you have something different. And really, we've moved out of narratives to the formations of certain types of identity, emotions, vibes. And in that sense, I do actually think there is a running theme through a lot of the Russian propaganda. And that is a certain attitude of deep cynicism, which is, I think, actually very, very attractive to a lot of people. There is no truth, there is no higher meaning, everything is manipulation. That runs through all their work. It's a sort of an attitude, a tone, and frankly, in a world that's deeply cynical, it's scarily popular.
Дякую, це цікаво. Це цікаво. Тобто великий наратив
I think it's
заміняється.
interesting. So big narrative is substituted with the belief that there is no exact truth. Everything can be challenged. If there is nothing that is true, then this favorite phrase of Russians, that not everything is so clear. But that's a great bridge to Kim Galimov, who's dealing with a documentary project in particular. I don't want to narrow your sphere of activity, but I wanted to ask what you think about this role of history that Russia is exploiting that much, because they want to have Kazakhs times and so on and so forth. So we are trying to counteract all of this. But Volodymyr, even though he was Volodymyr.
Так, тому я хотів поцікавитися, ви більше в цій темі.
So in this topic, which historic topics were the most painful and the most speculating in Russian usage? Because it's pretty difficult to put Bogdan Khmelnytsky in Russia story, but Russia history. But there are some topics they very manipulatively put into their history. So what are these topics where are we on the main field and where we can feel a little bit more confident in the historic context of this Russian propaganda? Thank you. And if to talk about Russians, then I think that we are playing this game, competing for history. We are always on the minefield, and every topic might turn into some kind of trap. Because, first of all, it's huge experience, 300 of years of rewriting history. And trust me that they are the best in it. But we don't, actually this year, they have already published new manual, a new handbook for their 11th grade students. So new handbook on history. So we all understand that it's the second part of the 20th century and till nowadays. And if to talk about topics, trigger topics, then it seems like the second part of the 20th century in Russia, objectively, lots of interesting things were going on, and probably they could have told about that because rockets were flying into the space and the victory in the Second World War of the Soviet Union, not of Russia. But still, This handbook starts from Ukrainian insurgent army, because on the third page it is written that the main task in this period was to fight Ukrainian insurgent army. So this is, they also mentioned some Baltic brothers, but still, these are the topics that are there. And then everything else is classic Bandera, lots of other things that are triggering for them. But it seems to me that we have to go a little bit further here. And this question of fighting those myths, it seems to me that there's a story that 5 years ago we already had, and we had to stop there because it might last eternal, and it is not even that effective already. Today we are talking about the fact that we need to form our own narrative that would that shouldn't be in counterpart to this Russian myth. So they say Mazeppa is a traitor, and we say no, Mazeppa is not a traitor, he's hero. So this narrative should move on, and we need to understand what are we opening to the world and to Ukrainians about ourselves. And we have lots of things to open, and we are talking about subjectivity here. Simon Petlura's quote has already been mentioned today by Volodymyr, and if to about please, and if we get back to Petlura's time, and if we think about this fight between Simon Petlura and Józef Pilsudski, then we will understand one simple thing, why Ukraine lost then. And there is one very principal thing. It is first and foremost the absence of subjectivity, how Ukraine was received in the world, because Poland, because of Frederick Chopin that was constantly in France, everyone knew about Poland. It was clear for them what is Poland, but what is Ukraine was absolutely unclear. That's why in this conflict, Entente supported Poland first and foremost, and we ended up in a very difficult situation. Now everything that Russia is doing, they are looking back in the history, they're trying to use the best examples, because once again, let me read out this quotation from this history handbook, because it seems to me that it's important. What is written about Ukraine? That in the 19th century in Austrian Galicia, with financing of intelligence office of staff, they tried it to create a Ukrainophile movement, and that's when they embedded Ukrainian Russian Ukrainian flag. So what they're talking about, that Ukraine was created by Austrian general staff, and it is the handbook, history handbook, that is being printed in 2024. And we need to perceive this handbook like Russian government today is putting vision for their population, because handbooks, they are for children. So what they put into heads of their children, how they want Ukraine to be perceived. And obviously we are talking here that they want to show us as not subject state. There are no Ukrainians. Ukraine is an ultra national creation. That's what they write there. So it's not even the state, it's some kind of creation. And that's what we have to work with. It is about what we have to talk about Russia. And we were talking about the wall here, that without doubt we need to have this informational wall we need to protect, but we shouldn't be so isolated that we cannot cooperate with them. So it's our task to cooperate with Russian society, because it's not going to go anywhere. Most probably it will not going to go anywhere. And that's why we need to think, what shall we put there and how we can so there are some things that might grow in that society. And another thing is that we need to, of course, produce for Ukraine, for foreign audience. And here is the question, what can make our subjectivity stronger? Culture, Volodymyr has mentioned about it, the content, some things that were not known before, not because they hadn't existed. Once again, Russians always saying, why are you talking about Bulgakov? Where is Ukrainian Bulgakov? They were, but it's just that they were all shot to death. So we need to talk about their cultural heritage, about their works of art, and we are not talking only about literature here. So that's why everything about Ukrainian subjectivity should be important today, in my opinion. Thank you. It always seemed to me that it is a pretty tricky question, name your Bulgakov, because We can play this game, you know, it can be two-side game. Name your Shakespeare. There is no Russian Shakespeare and Ukrainian Bulgakovs, as well as there is no Ukrainian Russian Підмогильний in Russia, Ozarov. Akim, but I just wanted to clarify, as far as I understand this idea that we do not need to dispel their myths. So Leonid Kuchma, in his book Ukraine is Not Russia, was talking about this. This concept, we are not. We already understand this, and people around us understand this as well. So we have defined ourselves, but then we need to define ourselves from the positive. We are not Russia, but do we have here some kind of historic context? Who are we? It seems to me that we have it here. We don't need to make it up. We are absolutely self-sufficient nation. Yes, it's understandable, but this attitude towards all personalities in our history, is it the same from Bandera to Askold and Dir? No, it's not the same, and history and characters, it's such a thing that there are so many histories as their opinions. But once again, it's this matter of narrative that we create. But historians create it, yes, because history is a myth. We need to understand it clearly, that our history is how we how we imagine these events. So we ourselves create myths for ourselves. So it's not propaganda, but it's some kind of myth creation. But myth is not from the word lie, but how we work with this information and how we present it. So here is the big task for informational policy of the state. What we create, what Ukrainians will believe in tomorrow. And this question about Bandera is very relevant. Remember what happened with Stepan Bandera 15 years ago? Yes, how it split our society. Is it still splitting our society? No, in my opinion, there is no such split. But lots of other matters split our society. For instance, Cossacks, who were they? Were they knights or were they criminals? So, but it's more about historic. But well, it was knights also. Who were they? Soldiers or criminals? But when we are talking about all these clashes, they are mostly not going on now on the pages of the books. Before that, it was like this: a book, counter book, a novel, more complicated novel. That was Walter Scott was dealing with. But everything is moving now to online platform. We have Katarina Kruk with us. Katarina, let me quote this. She's the head of public policy of Meta in Central and Eastern Europe. And I think that you are already tired of answering this question, why Russian trolls are not being blocked in Facebook. How long is it going to be like that? Even before that, we were talking about this, and you mentioned that not everything is so clear here. No, I was not saying that it was not so clear. No, you were not saying this. I was saying this. So I wanted to ask, if you talk about such a big platform as Facebook, for instance, you're always reporting that we are doing this and that. We banned this amount of Russian trolls. We banned fake pages, spreading fake news. We are doing all of this, but there are still constant complaints. Daria has mentioned this digital act that have to regulate it, but it's still some time while it starts regulating. Very simple question to you. What do you lack as a company to more effectively fight with Russian propaganda, against Russian propaganda? It's a provocative question, of course, and we need to start answering here from the prospect of what is already being done, so that our listeners understand the context, and then we need to get back to that question, what can be done by the platform, the technical platform, because Facebook and Instagram, its technical platform is a set of algorithms.
And we have this eternal discussion about the limits of these rules, whether they are adequate or not in specific jurisdictions. Ukraine is in state of war, and France, let's say, is in the state of peace. And we have to understand that big tech representatives will be boring here. They will start answering the question by distinguishing between disinformation, misinformation, bots, and trolls, and it will be a different answer in every case. The position of the company I am proud of is making Ukraine a priority in the context of anti-disinformation measures. And there are people who spread narratives in a very coordinated way. If we take the perspective of us as a global platform who has a lot of data, if we speak about misinformation, the biggest source, the biggest enemy is bad journalism. Can I hug you here? Yes, of course, we can even take a picture. Because when we speak about manipulations as such, actually campaigns that would be consecutive in their activities are not so numerous. They go rather in psyops, and the specifics is very interesting. So these clickbaits, engagement baits, low quality articles pose a lot of more problems than Russian influence in the form of misinformation. I will probably break a stereotype that we are the main goal of Russian information attacks and psyops. It's not true. Ukraine is a platform to try different methodological instructions, but on the basis of what we quantified and described and on the basis of background data we have, we can track all the sources, in particular Russia and the investigation agency of Russia, and we can see that they spread harmful messages about states, France, Germany, and sometimes Israel. So unfortunately, you could not open our reports, but I really encourage all those who are present in the hall to do that, because Meta publishes quarterly reports with methodology, how these campaigns worked, and a lot more resources, more time and efforts are put by Russia to separate Ukrainian partners as to for how long they should provide support to Ukraine. The military support is the main topic of Russian disinformation campaign, and we can see that because we found these messages, described and analyzed. So for Russia, Ukraine is quite a small platform. Volodymyr was right to say that we have a lot of local actors who can create this iron curtain, smoke, whatever we call that. Russia works a lot to target the audiences in the West, to deprive Ukraine of its partners, to make Ukraine on its own, or complicate any unions. And then we have the topics of elections. We work with democratic country. For us, it's hard to predict how strong will support of the other countries be. So they work with something spread in the West, the belief in pluralism. Russians use it as a weakness of the West. Another thing I would like to focus on is artificial intelligence and how not only consumption of content, but its creation changes, audio, video, and different kinds of content. So if we think about the new challenges and the new horizons we face, what is critical thinking in the era of ChatGPT? If we speak about school children, a lot of them do not read books. They ask questions to ChatGPT or other equivalents, and they trust what the machine gives them. And we have to think about how the systems of artificial intelligence are trained, whether we can verify this catalog, whether we can trust some state institutions in the process of fine-tuning, because first we gather data, we create algorithms, and the results come from the fine-tuning process, and the task is to give correct information. verified for some sensitive topics. So the first knowledge and the first skill everyone should get is emotional stability, because any campaign of internal or external emotional impact means that people react to the content, and we should think about resilience of people in the face of different manipulations and methods. And I think it's not only linked to critical thinking, which is about logic, about facts. It's something which is broader. It's about mental health of children who use internet, actually of all of us who use internet and read news. And the last thing, I understand that I'm shifting here from one topic to another, but the role of Telegram, we all mentioned. On the basis of our experience, we can see that Telegram is the central hub of all information operations in this region. And the fact that Meta, Google, and other platforms have rules of moderation means that we have to prevent this impact. What Meta does, it earns money on advertising. And so first of all, the goal of the target is to prevent others from gaining money on disinformation. And we are working on that since 2016. Fortunately, Ukraine has always been a priority of ours, and we can see that our platforms are a way to garner attention and focus it on Telegram. But the disinformation itself, the information influence is going on everywhere. And tech companies interact and cooperate with each other. We keep exchanging with Google and other companies. While Twitter was not X, we were doing that as well, and it was common practice. We were doing these disrupting campaigns constantly, because the campaigns are always taking place throughout different platforms, across platforms. The problem of Telegram is that not only it doesn't cooperate with Ukrainian authorities and European authorities, because they are not big platforms which is subjected to DSA, and the European Union does not know what to do with them either. They were never open to cooperation with the same actors. And I agree that banning will lead us nowhere, because I will refer here to your comparison with chess. A platform is a chess board, and it's a space where the information is spread, so this information can be taken to other dimensions. And the most interesting thing for me, from our analysis of Russians' activities, we see that they use Facebook and Instagram as a way to attract attention through advertising and posts. They refer people to other platforms with no moderation, but they create fake websites, and it's a big problem, because we go back here to artificial intelligence, how it is created and how it is already changing our view of information, of reliability, of how and where we should look for reliable sources. It's in a very insightful speech, but let's go back to my question. What kind of help do you need on this path? And did you stop interacting with X? They stopped being interested in such kind of exchanges. I'm not surprised. We still have channels of communications, but they do nothing with the signals. As to the help, what do you need to make it effective? As far as I understand, you exchange this information, and what do you need to achieve some results? Probably it will not be modest to say that, but in the context of the tools and powers of tech companies, there are a few things local partners can do that will completely change the rules of play. We work with a lot of data in quite an abstract dimension, and very often we think about where the algorithms should be directed, and that's the area we can interact in with other partners from civil society. It's about fast reactions. We should not find the whole network because on the basis of external factors, it's impossible. We have to look for different topics. And the biggest thing Ukrainians can do in the context of matter assistance is probably not information domineering, but we can become authors of narratives. We can set the tone. And first of all, in the West, we have to remember that information space is not only about Ukraine, and we are dependent on the support of Western partners. And we know that Russia works here, so we need to be authors. We need to set the trends and the topics others will discuss. Not only engaging in the game, we will never win in, because fact-checking, again, it's a very important element of any work, but it's reactive always. Until the moment a high-quality fact-checking article emerges, a lot of people will have read the false article. So we have to become stronger. I cannot find a Ukrainian equivalent of the word content, but I was meaning to raise the topic of journalism, because as many of you all attended different conferences on media literacy and countering fakes, and you must have heard that we need to motivate people. We have to raise their awareness. They cannot distinguish between fakes and true facts. There are two reasons I started speaking about that. Before I came to Meta, I was working in fact-checking with Ukrainian Stop Fake and European think tanks, analyzing methods of influence and information war in the sector of information security as such. But when I came to data, the most interesting thing was access to data. And for every person, their newsfeed will be different, but we can look at huge data sets. And when I looked at what we get in these queues on misinformation, what we check, I was shocked, because that's the biggest problem. It's not about high-quality journalism. You're true that almost no one speaks about that. And fact-checkers often correct what journalists said, because journalists write articles on the topics they know nothing about, and that's how manipulative topics, facts emerge. Well, artificial intelligence now writes articles, and it puts comma better than most journalists. But my question is now to the next speaker. We have 5 journalists here, and Katerina actually is a fact-checker. It was a civic journalism. I started writing on Twitter during Maidan revolution, and I was interacting with many international outlets as an editor. Okay, Peter worked as a journalist as well. Alana, what's your assessment of the situation, and what has to be done with the quality of Ukrainian journalism? Because for me, there is no difference between an anonymous Telegram channel with its insights and an article built on anonymous sources completely. Because I might not know the surname of the journalist, it guarantees nothing. What's happening with Ukrainian journalism? Well, nothing strange, nothing that wouldn't happen with Ukrainian society in general. Of course, not journalists are conscious and correcting their operations. Not all doctors use well-proven methods of treatment. We can go back to the basic and deep question: is media business, or does it have a different function? And when we say that probably media is a business, we have to think about its task. And when we hear that it's a way of earning money, well, the ChatGPT comes into play. The question of impact of influence on people is related to emotions. We can keep repeating, keep calm, but it won't happen because people are emotional. And my colleagues raised many interesting and substantial questions, but as to journalism, we have to clearly understand the function, why you write or you do not write, you post or you do not post, you say or you do not say something, whatever it is. So a text, a material, a video, what's its final objective? What do you want to achieve? Are you going to harm? Are you going to make no impact? Are you doing that to increase number of views on your YouTube channel, or you have some added value? We need to understand what we want to do, what we want to bring, what's the added value. People have to invest their times with some purpose. And let's go back to the society. People do not have time to dig deep into any kind of information. They want, I'm not trying to minimize here intellectual capacities of the audience, but they want to accelerate the processes. We want to leave more time for our actual life because a missile might hit any building at any moment. So they are looking for short messages on their phone screens. So they want someone else to think for them. Another thing I am observing, fast information will be replaced with slow information. And before, it was not so important to hear every detail, but now most people in my bubble at least listen to YouTube for 20 minutes or so. Before it was 12 minutes, and so we got additional 7-8 minutes. And within this time, we have to raise an issue with our audience. Next question: who is considered to be a journalist today? It's a big topic. Any person with an access to ABC and with the key and internet can call themselves a journalist, because opinion leaders are not classic journalists. And what responsibility do they bear? It's also about regulation. Bloggers, what about them? On the one hand, we can see that some people are awarded for their specific contribution into the rescue of the country, and we might get the question, why so? On the other hand, we are all fighting for ideas. On a chessboard, we can many different games can be played. What are we playing? Another thing, information war is forever with us, whatever we call it, post-truth, probably meta-truth, because our truth. Okay, Meta, how much did you pay? It's a good question. That's how we write titles. Yes, depending on whether you heard drones today or not, your vision, your worldview will change. And again, it depends on how many nights one internet user spent without sleep. Whose field are we playing on? We are waging information war, or the war for information on our internal field in Ukraine. And I really like the studies we have on the myths on this war. I think one day someone will measure the interest, the spike in the interest into cooking methods after one lady destroyed a drone with jar. It's a great story, but it's not about journalism. It's about emotions that prevail.
Can we play at the field of the enemy? Will we play? And that's my painful matter. We are reactive. We are really reactive. That's what we are doing in this counter-propaganda activity. Volodymyr was saying that this game is for our benefit, paradoxically, but even in my anti-propaganda project, people come and they say, you are lying to us. Let us ourselves watch ugly Solovyov and we will make our conclusions ourselves. Some people write that. I cannot check whether they are really people and whether they sincerely believe in that, but they are with name, with a second name, and the account was not created the day before yesterday. So can we be proactive? And what shall be in this proactiveness? Shall we talk about ourselves, or shall we make Russians to justify their actions? And if that, then what shall we tell them about them? So that's actually what the thoughts we are living with. And concerning quality and not quality journalism, time is needed. And this is the factor of trust. It is beneficial, it is fashionable to be smart and to be honest. When we are talking about Reputation Institute, we need to understand who are the deans, who are rectors there, and what is going to be the punishment if you failed this reputation subject, because canceling as such, it's still a question. Well, you can always change your bubble and start new reputation. Daria has the microphone. Yes, I just wanted to respond, but I would respond a little bit later. No, it's just that I wanted to have one more round on what Olena finished with. How shall we go to this counter offense right now? But we, as always, have no time. We are all servants of this time. We always lack it. So we have heard about the content. We need to create the content. Okay, in a nutshell, just half a sentence about the context. Paradoxical paradox. We're talking about emotions, depth fact checking, and so on and so forth. Dear colleagues, in-depth fact checking, just for you to understand, 10,000 people come to watch it. Yes, it's half of the sentence, 10,000 people. So when you say Solovyov was absolutely had outburst and lots of people come to watch this. So we need to understand. So we need to have a picture or video there to have 150. Okay, Katarina. I am always trying to use such public speeches for dispelling the myths of some aspects how platforms work, because actually even people who call themselves some specialists, they don't understand what is algorithm and how do they work. First of all, we mentioned about big text, written text, and so on. 3%, only 3% of content, global content, listen, use social networks. That's about socium. That's about community of people or interests. People globally do not come to Facebook and 100% not to Instagram to read news. That's why here, that's the question, how to find this opportunity to deliver news and facts to people. Ukraine was, and maybe still is, there was this huge specifics that in Ukraine, Facebook has always been linked in, and there has always been lots of content. It all might be connected with Maidan and how we were moving from Kontakte more than in other rest of the world. That's why we have different approach of consumption, content consumption on other platforms. And we need to understand, and we saw it in big numbers, this is not the matter of algorithms that a smaller amount of who read it. No, they're just not interested in this. It's just that for facts, for news, we need to find some other news, not social networks. And what is also important in the context of creating content for Ukraine, abroad, and so on, it is the fact that TikTok broke the internet and everything is about video now. Maximum 15 seconds, 30 seconds. If you're creating a video for Instagram, not so many people will watch it unless it's extremely relevant. That's why I understand that professional journalism for people who want to present the narrative, it makes their heart ache and you feel and you start thinking how to fit into that framework. But you need to understand how people deal with this content to understand how to present it effectively. So these are two rules. First of all, to understand that social networks, it's rather about simpler content, but you need to go into videos. You need to create videos, TikToks about watching Sky or something else. So that's why the biggest paradox of Ukraine is that the most popular account in Ukraine is the account of the president, but this was huge role of video content that was created at the account of Mr. Zelensky for it to get to Ukrainian and foreign audience, because you create content and algorithms might work that outside of the country and borders, it will not be sent. Okay, shortly you wanted to ask about informational counter-offense. Counter-offense has strange connotations. If you like my phrase about information domineering, let's use this one. And I wanted to say we need to add a little bit of positive things here, because I do believe that a lot of things are already done. And of course, taking into account such colossal changes in budget, informational infrastructure, we have to act exclusively, symmetrically, as some kind of partisans, and lots of things are not obvious, and it's good that it's not obvious. Recently, I have been to one of the Asian countries, and I was extremely surprised when the representatives of digital intelligence services come to the meeting with me, and I thought that it's very intriguing. But their main question was, what tools are you using? How are you working? Because they wanted us to share experience. And I understand that after the war, Ukraine really will be this hub that accumulated lots of valuable experience that we will be able to share with foreign countries. We have signed 27 security agreements. In each of them, separate point is information security and fight against misinformation. So we are creating this alliance against lie. We had this idea even of information Reinstein. Right now, not all of our partners are ready for that, but I think that it will be very powerful for them. This is the first time that I mentioned this word powerful for the whole time of our panel, and I think that is my personal success. And concerning your question to Pomerantsev concerning narrative, Russian narrative, recently I have had a talk with Alexei Kovtun. I think you know him. He is my groupmate, of course. So he has mentioned, it is not you thought, but I liked it, that countries, imperial countries, well, not only imperial countries, let's say super states, they are divided into countries that see their golden age behind and appealing to it, and those that believe that golden age is ahead. The first group is the First French Republic, Putin's Russia, the Third Reich. The second group, the Netherlands, the UK, and it is interesting, by the way, that they were in this group and in their post-imperial and pre-imperial period, and this division was interesting to me, because we were talking about Republicans, about the USA, that they came with that slogan, back to our golden age. And this is extremely interesting, because before that, the USA was in the second group, and that is this change of paradigm, pretty serious change of paradigm. And what else I wanted to say is that I don't think that this fast consumption of content has some connection to our country or to the war, because it started long ago. Of course, it's very poetic allusions that we are very fast to leave, but I think that there are some other reasons. We are hurrying to leave, but there are other reasons. Okay, organizers gave me this power, so I would like to wrap up our panel, but just small mental exercise. Do you know what is the most popular Ukrainian YouTube channel? No, you don't know? It's just a thing. I'm afraid that the answer will be very sad for all of us. Don't intrigue us. Masha and the Bear, 16 million subscribers in Ukrainian. That's what I'm trying to say, that we still have to work. Thanks, everyone.
економічній інтеграції військових у цивільне життя або у життя після служби.
Integration of veterans to civil life or life after service. I am honored to moderate our today's panel. Natalia Kalmykova, Minister of, it's written, Minister of Veteran Affairs, Tatiana Lomakina, the advisor of the President on No Barriers policy, and Tatiana is also responsible for rehabilitation matters, of particular rehabilitation of veterans. Ksenia Voznytsina, the Director of Mental Health Center and Rehabilitation, Lisova Polyana, at Ministry of Health of Ukraine. Today online with us, we are going to have Jim Lorraine, the President and the CEO of American Warrior Partnership, one of the biggest veteran organizations in the USA.
It's really nice to see you. Thank you very much for being with us from the very beginning. Я хочу представити Регіну Харченко, яка
I would like to introduce Regina Harchenko, who is the secretary of Zaporizhzhia City Council, and basically she is acting as a mayor of Zaporizhzhia. My name is Natalia Yemchenko. I am the director on communications and public affairs of company System Capital Management. It's one of the biggest private investors of Ukraine. So it looks like I'm the only representative of business here on the stage, but actually business is here in the audience, and at the end I would like to communicate with the audience a little bit more. Before we start, I would like our technical support to have QR code on the screen. You can scan it, and I would like to ask all of you in the audience to answer what is the level of salaries that is considered proper, decent for veterans when they return back to their civil life. I mentioned salary, but here we are talking about income. So what do you think?
Я думаю, що ми... Просьба всіх проголосувати, тому що якщо будуть
Please
відповіді...
vote, all of you, because if we have only two answers, it will be difficult to work with it.
Має бути порівняння з іншими професіями. Скільки буде гривня за послуги? Ти що знав?
Це дуже класне питання.
It's
Я буду
actually a really great question. I am going to refer to one of our internals. The research, of course, it is not public, unfortunately, so not will be able to show it to you, but there is a number we have consensus around. So could you please say whether everyone has already voted? Okay, everyone. So according to our research and its representative, it's not based on our employees, but Ukraine in general. The number that is called decent is around $1,000, so 40,000 hryvnias. It is that number that for active and for demobilized veterans is morally comfortable. But at the same time, they say that no, we don't need some kind of special salary. We just want to be paid as well as others, but we know that the average salary is absolutely different. And how to cover this gap? It seems to me that it's a huge philosophical, applied, and economic question. So before we get to our thoughts as business state, I would like to ask Vlad. I haven't introduced Vlad, by the way. For me, it seems like everyone knows you. I would like to introduce Vlad Zhaivoronok, a veteran from Azov, the participant of Mariupol defense, and the person who has the call sign Wikipedia. Do you still have that call sign? Yes, yes.
По-перше, велике дякую за
Well,
все,
first
що
and
ви...
foremost, thanks a lot for everything that you have done, still doing, and I hope that we'll be doing for a very long time. And when we were designing this panel, we agreed first and foremost that we will ask militaries. You, first and foremost, what do you think about the integration of economic life of Ukraine after service? Not you personally, you are part of veteran movement, but generally, veterans. Before I give you the floor, I would like to have that slide done by the Veteran Foundation. The microphones. Unfortunately. Technical support, could you please have the first slide with the diagram? If it's possible, could you please put it on the screen?
Ветеранський фонд і Міністерство
Veteran Fund and the
системно
Ministry of
проводить
Veterans
дослідження.
have been constantly conducting research. For me, it
я
was actually an
там
eye-opening
слайди,
because
має бути
there
три
are
слайди,
slides.
нам
There should be
треба
3
перший,
slides. We
якщо
need the first one, if you don't mind.
Ми не будемо чекати, поїхали, але...
You're not going to wait for it? Let's go.
Чекаємо чи
Or
ні,
shall we
колеги?
wait? Shall we wait or not, dear colleagues?
Для мене було відкриттям,
Well, for
що
me, it
Міністерство
was
ветеранів, Ветеранський фонд
an
системно
eye-opening that
дослідження. Причому не просто
Ministry of Veterans and
системно
Veteran
дослідження,
Foundation
а
has
трекають
systematic
ці
research, not just
відносини
systematic
на
research,
цих
but they track the
Там
same
є
numbers and
дуже цікаві
dynamics.
цифри щодо
And there are
працевлаштування.
very interesting numbers
Колеги, просто
concerning
скажіть, буде
employment.
слайд чи ні, щоб я
Dear
розуміла,
colleagues, could
чекати
you
чи не
please
чекати.
tell me whether we are going to have the slide or not, so I can understand whether we shall wait for it?
Влад,
Vlad,
ми вчора, коли обговорювали
yes, today
цю
when
діаграму,
we
в
were
якій
discussing
зрозуміло,
this,
що
it's
дуже
actually the
великий
slide, it's
відсоток,
a
тобто
diagram where it's
30%
understandable
військових
that
бачать
high
себе
percentage, like
підприємцями після
30%
служби.
of veterans see
Ще
themselves as
відсотків
entrepreneurs after the service.
мені здається,
Somewhere
там біля
around
50 це люди, які будуть повертатися або на своє місце
50% up to
роботи,
50%, these are people who are going to get
перекваліфіковуватися,
back to
але
their
працювати.
previous
Дуже
profession,
великий для
or
мене
they're going
відсоток,
to requalify but still
16%
keep on
думок про
working.
те, щоб
And
їхати за
huge
кордон. І
percentage
там
for me,
дискусія
16% thinks
була
about
не
going
просто
abroad.
поїхати,
And
а саме
they were
працевлаштування.
not talking
Тобто
about just
це
going
ідея
abroad, but
роботи
about
за кордоном.
employment abroad, this
І
idea of
ще
working
до
abroad.
10%
And up
повертатися
to
або залишатися
10%
на
wanted
службі в
to
армії. Це
get back or
була
remain
виборка
in the
щодо тих,
army
хто
service. It
планує
was
працювати. Про
concerning
що ці
those who
цифри?
plan
Ну, по-перше,
to keep on
наскільки вони
working. So what
відповідають
is
нашому
that
розумінню,
number
тоді
about?
також
First of all, whether we have the same understanding and what are these numbers about generally. So I will take the responsibility to speak on behalf responsible of all the veterans. Of course, we cannot mention all of them, but still, these numbers, I really love the statistics, and I am no joking. I like it. I like those diagrams. They really they really the same as the pictures in reality, but we need short explanation here. Then this is not a diagram concerning one veteran, average veteran. So these are all different people, and we have mentioned that 30% of entrepreneurs. Who are these people? These are young veterans. We have already discussed that, and I would like to explain the difference. The example of people, the example of those 14% who would like to go abroad. We have civilians that would like to go abroad, and we have veterans that would like to go abroad. And these are absolutely different people. Veterans that would like to go abroad, this is loss for the whole country, because this is loss of the most socially active part of the population, taking into account that veterans are those people who have just been in this war, and they are active, their age-wise, their attitudes. They were ready to change this country, but now they don't think that they can still change something, that they can give something to this country. I have an example. It's Alexander Skorek, Azov veteran. It is the most courageous person I have ever seen while we were fighting for Mariupol, and he's trying to change something now in the business of burying. It's actually really great that you have heard about that.
Here's an example of a veteran about who we say that people will come back from war and restore order. So he's the bravest person I know, and he came back to war and he tries to restore order. He now has to deal with a mafia. Obviously, he creates obstacles for them, but many active people support him. They help him to restore order. Alexander Skorek tries to continue doing it, but I know that there are also many people who have no hopes on changing something, and they left abroad. So the veterans, some veterans have no hopes that they can give something to our country, and there are also many civilians who have no hope that their country will give something to them. So the veterans some veterans want to restore order, some civilians do not believe the state can give them something. So there is a typical veteran behind this study who wanted to express his thoughts. There is no average veteran, but there are young veterans who want to be entrepreneurs. Why entrepreneurs? It was discussed during previous panel discussions. These are people who cannot allow unexperienced and low-skill managers telling them what to do. So the servicemen want to become businessmen. They might become entrepreneurs in small villages. They will buy a tractor and help with land works their neighbors. But at least they won't have any senior managers. Some people want to change their profession. Young veterans are those who usually want to change the country. And older veterans, well, we all know how many older people are our servicemen. They also want to change something, but usually they do not want to change the country. They don't have forces for that. They want to change something within their family, their enterprise, etc. And that's the best diagram from what I saw. So every person who votes for something sees the situation a bit differently. I tried to give you examples of the main characters we see, but behind every response there is a story, and the chart reflects an average story, so to say. The question is to the society, the ministry, what's our vision of the future of veterans in general, and what do we expect, how will we integrate them? And that's actually the topic of the discussion, how to integrate. So the main question is, what kind of integration do we want? I will name two directions. Either we want to see veterans as a separate part of the society. It's not good or bad, it's a possible option. I also gave you an example of an organization of former Afghanistan veterans. They do something among themselves. Why not? Why not giving veterans of today's war, the younger generation, why don't we give them opportunity to create their own organizations and to distribute functions among themselves? It's something we do with Sergei Poznyakov. We engage in discussions as to veteran entrepreneurship. It's not bad. I'm ready to cooperate in a society where veterans have some separate area and powers. It's not bad. Or maybe it will be about integration of veterans into the society, but then we need to change the society itself to eliminate the aspects that do not satisfy veterans. Excuse me. So the main motivation of the military and the veterans is the opportunity to change something, to have an impact, and then everything will depend on the paths they choose. Perfect. There is the goal to integrate. We, as a big employer, think that the veterans have very important skills such as leadership, adaptability, and for us, they are people with huge economic potential, even though we are often told that we don't need to have high expectations. There is such an idea that the military will come back and restore order. Obviously, it won't happen, but the integration, whatever it will look like, has some barriers. So there is economic support servicemen require, support with housing, and medical assistance. Natalia, obviously, the range is very broad. Obviously, the state cannot be responsible for everything. What area out of these three is something the state is responsible for? And does the state have a vision? And who's responsible for the other two areas? How should we work with them? I will allow myself to say the following before I answer the question. It's good that we started with the topic of salary that veterans or future veterans think as a proper one, because servicemen are a big part of our economy. Every serviceman pays taxes, and Army is the biggest taxpayer. Everyone is officially employed there, and they receive official salaries. There are no private entrepreneurs in the Army. We have to understand that they are part of our economy, but it's not economy of manufacturing or services. So the profession with high salary is the person who is on the first line, and they receive salaries from 120 up to 200,000 hryvnias. So the statement that veterans want to have an impact is compensation and non-monetary, yes, absolutely, non-monetary stimuli. And what else would I like to say? Again, there is part of veterans who want to change something. They are active, but it's only a percentage, as in any other group. And there are also some veterans who just want to come back home and just keep living their ordinary life. We have to understand that and avoid too high expectations that everyone will come back and start restoring order. Sorry, it's our work of civil society. What does the state have to do, and what is it doing already? I know the results of these studies. We started them in 2022 in summer, and our objective was to continue the tradition of these studies. We are waiting for the results of January 2025. And we will have the results of the summer survey in November. So one of important trends is about the attitude of people to veterans and to servicemen, because when servicemen defend us, they are precious, and as soon as they become veterans, unfortunately, I think that every veteran present here could see and feel completely different attitude. Unfortunately, we as a society are not ready yet to realize that once a soldier for life, someone who defended us remains a defender forever, and we have to respect those people independently of whether they are defending us or whether we pay taxes to so that you are rewarded for that. We will see now the difference between the stated willingness of employers to employ veterans and the real figures. We can see a lot of answers. Yes, we want to employ veterans, but let's start doing that. We in the ministry are doing that. We appointed 2 deputy ministers who are veterans. We have veterans in our departments. Probably I am lucky because I got a chance to talk to veterans, and with them I've never had any issues, never. But probably I am lucky. What should we do with the fact that employers lack understanding of how it happens? Yes, there is lack of experience, there is stigmatization. We see different things on TV. We do not see there is this veteran who had to relocate his farm twice. First time from Donetsk region, and then from Pokrovsk city. He produces cheese, etc. So let's just understand that it's a responsibility of media. The state and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, look, the Ministry of Veterans Affairs is the only ministry dedicated to a person. We do not have an industry, we do not manage hospitals, pension fund, but our task is to be the voice which says to all the others, where is a veteran in this picture? What's the role and the place of a veteran? How do we take into account their interests? We selected 5 main priorities. First, it's health, mental and physical one, and we understand that now people resign from the army because of their state of health, so we have to maintain emphasis on this topic, and very soon, together with the Ministry of Healthcare, we will announce changes related to the healthcare of veterans. We, on behalf of veterans, request what they need, and then we have to monitor the quality. Also, about economic support. Last week, principles of veteran-friendly business were signed. 22 big companies of Ukraine signed the document. Today we signed the memorandum as well, but the memorandum is for specific actions, not for words, and we will hold a big event about employment of veterans. We prepare methodological recommendations and teams who will come to business who lack their own capacities, because there are some businesses who can create their own departments or units responsible for veteran integration. So we will perform this work as a ministry, and we will provide grants to business. Last week, Verkhovna Rada voted a text on veterans entrepreneurship, and we will decide on the definitions before the second reading, what are the possibilities for development. Also about civil society unions. I believe that veterans is a separate cluster within our society. We, as a minister, to regulate that, to help veteran organizations in their international development, to advocate changes in the interests of veterans, to provide services that would be paid for by the state. Well, as to housing, we have programs to procure veterans and in particular people with disabilities with housing. The program will go on in the next year, and we try to work on a mortgage model for participants of war. So health, economic independence, state guarantees, and housing assistance. Next, families. We believe that family is one of the important factors for veterans to remain in Ukraine. So we have to support the veterans who see their future in Ukraine, who want to get education in Ukraine. And the last point is respect and honoring those who died. These are our 5 priorities we work on. Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Jim Lorraine to...
I just would like to say that the head of our VA, the Minister of Veteran Affairs, said very important part of our previous conversation, that Ministry of Veterans Affairs tried to create some policies, but actually it's impossible to solve all the problems without other players, without business, without NGOs, and actually very important part of ecosystem in US is on universities, on academia. They are very, very involved. So I have two questions to you. You have like 8 minutes for that. And the very first question is, what are like main American lessons made? I mean, mistakes which were made. And right now, what is the main, like how ecosystem looks and works, and what is the main role of government in US in this ecosystem?
Well, Natalia, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. I believe in what you're doing, and my heart's with you. Thank you. You know, one of the things that was said earlier with the veteran that spoke about the level of hope, and I think the key about veterans is that they have to have a high level of hope. In the United States, one of the things that we found was that we looked at veterans across the board as being disabled, and that became a narrative nationally that that veterans were disabled and that they weren't, or in other words, they were broken. In our surveys that we find that 85% of veterans are thriving or moving forward and through their transition to do very well. One of the things that we've learned is that one size fits one. And so it's really great that your government is creating policies to serve veterans, but hope is built at the community level and moves up. Where the government comes in is creating policies that enable that to happen and to move down so that they come together. But a one-size-fits-one approach begins with knowing who the veterans are, where they've been, what their experiences are, what did they do before the invasion, what did they do during it, where are they today, and where do they want to be in 5 years? And understanding that at the individual level, and then understanding the programs that help them get to where they want to be in 5 years. That helps the community, helps the veteran and their family, and it helps the country. I truly believe that there's enormous value within the veteran space. One of the things as a nonprofit that we see is that one entity can't do it themselves. We have a motto, and the motto is, together we can do better. And this is where government, working with private industry and nonprofits, which are the veteran organizations that the young veteran talked about, that's where they all come together and they're in sync. And one of the things that we see in the United States is that nonprofits can do one thing, government can do another thing, private business can help fuel that together, and then what happens is that they come together, and no one slips through a crack. So if there were some things that we didn't do well, is that we set the narrative nationally that veterans were very highly likely to have post-traumatic stress. And they do. But not all of them have it to the level where it's incapacitating. We learned that blast injuries and overpressurization related to things you see in combat can be mask themselves as post-traumatic stress or depression when actually it's a physical injury, not a necessarily behavioral issue. And I think that early recognition that TBI, traumatic brain injury, is a big player in this. And I know that you're working with a group called the Avalon Action Alliance to look at this. And I know there's another program, and where we've sort of gone in the United States is from a concept of post-traumatic stress treatment to post-traumatic growth, which is the sum of my experience makes me stronger. And there's things that have made me a better person and better for society because of my experience, and I have to work through this. So, I think, again, to go back, number one, I think the narrative about veterans scares, in the United States, it scares a lot of employers. I think the recognition about the physical and the mental pieces and how they're interconnected. I think the recognition that you can't push policy down from the top and expect people to not fall through the crack. That it has to be a bottom up, and it has to be an integration. There's a great bank in the United States called JP Morgan Chase, and they have this program called the Veteran Job Mission. And selflessly, what they did was they organized all the largest companies in the United States to come together, informed a little bit by the government, but they came together because they recognized that the inherent value of veterans and their families. That brings me to another point that took us a little bit of time to figure out. The impact of a family on the recovery of veterans and how we take care of veterans. So within the United States, we look at service to military veterans to be inclusive of their families, but also inclusive of the surviving families. And there's a great friend of mine that does a great deal of work in Ukraine with a program called Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors. And I think it's important that you look wholly, not just at the veteran, but their family, those who are surviving families, and that you bring everyone together. The other important lesson is not to be transactional. And what I mean by that is, a veteran comes and says, I need help with, and I'm going to use the young man on the stage, I need help with my prosthetic. And you give him a better prosthetic leg. You need to look at the veteran and say, you need a new prosthetic leg. How's your housing? How's your employment? How's your education? What are you doing to improve yourself? Your life isn't your life. We need to look holistically. And in America's Warrior Partnership, we look at 8 components. Physical recreational activities, volunteerism, healthcare access, housing, employment, education, relationships, spirituality. They all play a role in the wellness in the future of the veteran. One last point I want to make, Natalia, is the power of purpose. And the power of purpose is that I get up every day to do something and make a difference. I have purpose. And I think it's really, really important for veterans who come home to have purpose. It was earlier mentioned about the number of organizations. You have the Afghan veterans who have an organization. The younger veterans want to have an organization. That's purpose. Bring them together for a positive focus, have the government support, have private business support, because the most important thing is that they know each other and they bond together in a positive way.
In a positive
So,
way.
yes, bond together in a positive way, and that everybody's moving forward for the betterment of the country. But in reality, what happens when you're in combat is that you're focused on the man and woman to the right or to your left. And so that purpose in the civilian world does the same thing. It allows you to come together. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, and we're waiting for you here in Kiev.
I look forward to coming.
Thank you so much. Джим сказав дуже важливу штуку.
Jim has mentioned very important thing. He has mentioned that naturally, obviously, economic integration is about working places, but it shouldn't be transactional. We need to understand all the circumstances. And one of the biggest factors that is also a matter of early need and a matter of some kind of stereotypes, the matter of health. Tatiana, I know, well, generally in the USA, Veterans Affairs is the second largest ministry, and it's hospitals, but not just hospitals, but also physiotherapists, those who have home visits. So the state overtook medicine generally because the general system of health. My daughter is studying in the States. Is terrible. It's hell. So that's why if veterans were in the general system in the USA, that would be huge problem and huge pain. So that's why they just put them out of the general system and created a separate one. What do we have in Ukraine? Ukraine is developing more towards European system when the full-scale invasion started, and it became clear that we need to right now develop the system of evidence rehabilitation. We haven't started creating separate rehabilitation centers, but this universal coverage means that at any point, every person, if there is a need, should have an access, and veteran as well as the others. Veteran, family of the veteran, just some kind of grandmother from this center where she's living, any live person should have the access. That's why it really helped that the primary branch on the medicine, they moved to the system of medical guarantees, and all the system of rehabilitation is there now. At first, it was really shocking because we understood that we have to implement different approach to the health system when we are healthcare system when we are talking about long-lasting diseases or traumas and wounds. So that's why we had this foundation to move to standards, world standards. And we already had this as a classificator in the third month of full-scale invasion, and then we started teaching doctors to create conditions, multidisciplinary teams. So we made lots of big work in Ukraine, but now we have more than 300 hospitals to provide such service to all the people that need it. Based on the last data on the Ministry of Health, 75% of wounded soldiers go through civilian hospitals. So we managed to open single medical space and implement the system that will work after the end of war. It will still remain, there will be strong teams, well-taught specialists that can cooperate, and that's important advance. What we still have to work on, I have just been hopping from conference to conference, and we have just discussed how doctors communicate, how they explain what's going on, and whether they provide confidence to that person that we will help, that you are getting better. Unfortunately, not yet. So there is a service, but there is no communication. The communication is extremely extremely weak, and understanding that that's where we have to direct our work, because visiting hospitals and communicating with our defenders, I ask them what's the aim of rehabilitation. In some hospitals, people say directly that I have a double prosthesis, but my aim is to bring my child to the kindergarten, so I need to learn how to use my prosthesis as soon as possible. So here everything is obvious, but in other hospitals they say I have to make some stupid exercises, and that's about communication, because doctors work, they build the system, they know what they're doing, but they haven't informed, they haven't started this cooperation. And the most important thing, based on the last research, that our defenders feel better in those and recover faster where we have this cooperation. I'm in the supervisory board of Heart of Azovstal. Our main medical partner is Adonis, because they have this discipline of explaining the patient what is going on, what am I going to do with you now, are you going to move after that, and so on. And Natalia, just shortly, what we also have to have access of every kind of hospital, even physical accessibility. Yeah, so the person with any kind of problems might get there, with navigation and everything else. So it's already embedded in the program of medical guarantees. Who has to finance all of this? The owner. So right now, the packages of medical guarantees give more. So if you pay for all the services, you have the opportunity to invest part of the money that they get from the state as a hospital to invest in their development. It's a nice system. What Jim has also mentioned, important thing, that we have some obvious wounds, everything is understandable, there is mental health, and there is something in between that is called traumatic brain injuries. So physical injuries of brain, that they are kind of physical injuries, but they are not that obvious, and very often then influence like emotional condition, and they are diagnosed extremely badly. So do you, is something is something happening with BTI in Ukraine? Well, in the system of defense, they have excellent service, because since 2016, they have been working actively in Lviv how to work people with a specific type of injury. And we dream that they will start teaching teams around whole Ukraine, because they have the best expertise right now. But now they're not the part of universal healthcare right now. There are lots of multifunctional hospitals which are regional. There is this service already, but once again, such a strong service. I'm talking about the best, and the best ones are in Lviv, in military hospital. We are talking about TBI, about heavy TBI. Yes. Ksenia Woznitsina knows more about this, and she can talk more about that also. But we are dreaming that we will have around the whole country mental health systems, as we have universal coverage in physical traumas. We will have the same coverage for TBIs, and it should be free, of course. Okay, so medicine we have covered. Vlad has small remark maybe, and there is no short remark, really short. Well, I do have a remark.
Така, можливо, не сподобається.
Maybe you will not like it. It's concerning the fact that veterans were directed into the general system, so that in the future, I didn't like this, so that in the future they can get after the war aid. So if I understood you correctly, then it's like a benefit, and I do not consider it a benefit. Why? Because I like in our partners, they have the system when militaries have a little bit isolated medical system, and I will explain why. Because first of all, it's absolutely different specific traumas and tasks. I tried to treat my eye, and a civilian specialist really cannot help that much. I do not think that after the end of war, how to call it correctly, something might change in the way that we need to have such an army. And I had remarks to that too. First and foremost, benefits for veterans should be such that civilians look at those benefits and understand that if they become veterans, then majority of the problems of the civilian person that is on the way to become veterans will be solved. And the same should be with medical service, so that veterans should stand in lines and argue with grandmothers. I like doing it, but it shouldn't be necessary. And it should be isolated medical support for veterans in the future as well. It will be the benefit, because I don't think that there is the sense of making our army smaller with such a neighbor. And veterans and former veterans, it doesn't matter whether we or in the future as a factor, we have to be isolated, whatever it sounds like, elite of the country, and it should be this competitive edge to protect the country in general. So the idea is that the medicine, military medicine, should be isolated a little bit. Yes, as a former deputy minister in medicine, I'd like to comment. We would like to have also it isolated, but it's not that it's just expensive, it's extremely expensive. We cannot afford it as a country. So let me explain you what does it mean by single medical space. It means that already now, what Tatiana has mentioned, the center of excellence. So in various places, they form specific expertise. And military hospitals, this is about this war trauma. And after the war, any kind of trauma should be there. And other expertise is in other places. That's the only place for us to balance. Army, most probably we will need to have definitely bigger than we had before the full-scale invasion. I absolutely agree that military service should grow in its status. And I really like that phrase, I will steal it from you, that this only the civilian who's only going to become a soldier who should understand that if they become soldiers, the problems will be solved. But we need to be realists, and we need to use the opportunities that we have for the best result. And right now, during the war, why functionality of the system of single medical space is so important? Because the task of military medicine is not to treat for a long time. No, it's first and foremost to cover the line, because they come from hospitals. And the second thing is to make them get back as soon as possible. So that's why the function and the role of military and civilian medicine is different. I hope that I managed to explain that. I have this feeling that this medical and communicational part, they should meet at some point, and they should turn into a big awareness program. Sanya, we were talking about medicine, and really in our internal research, medicine is request number one, and psychological health, mental health is request number two, barrier number two, from the point of view of military as such. I understand that mental health is a never-ending topic, but at the same time, I understand that now we are working on the practices. Some of them we are borrowing, some of them are absolute know-hows. My question is very easy. How should the system of support of mental health should work for militaries in Ukraine today and, for example, in 2 years? Thank you, Natalia. Before I'm going to tell you about what you have asked, but right now it's this helicopter view. Everything that you guys have mentioned, it's true. It's going through and through. We are mammals. We are tribe people. We are people of communities. The book of Sebastian Younger, a tribe should be, we all should have this. It should be our table book. Now, this help to veterans, it's not about amazing rehabilitation center. It's not about business. It's not about some specific things. It's a little bit higher. It's responsibility of each citizen in the society. We should become a new tribe for them, supporting, understanding. They should feel trust to us and safe, and most often, and that is explained why they want to open their own business, but not only because there is some kind of not very wise person on top of them, but because community around them is not supporting. It is not communities, groups from 20 to 40 people manage to survive historically, and it is more or less a brigade.
In their military units, they feel that they are strong, and you feel different things in your working community. Everything is very boring there, actually. So we need to give this excitement to people who come back from the front line. They need their strengths to be acknowledged, as well as their skills and knowledge. And it's a task for every person, a driver, a coffee shop workers. Sometimes we provide services correctly, similarly, but yeah, it's better to communicate and it will lead to better service. Let's get back to the topic of mental health. I am a practitioner. I lead an institution with 250 patients every day. It's 10,000 patients for 10 years, so it's an everyday experience dealing with people, with patients. The health of a serviceman and health of a civilian are same, and there is only one distinction. Those who have mental issues after serving on the front line require a completely different approach, and they require a lot of human resources. People need people, and the post-traumatic growth our colleague from the US mentioned, it cannot happen when a person is on their own. For post-traumatic growth, there has to be a lot of resource from the community, from the environment, from the neighbors, friends. Only then people will be able to feel this post-traumatic growth. And the next topic is TBI, mild traumatic brain injuries, because there are more serious brain injuries that are treated in intense care units. It's another thing, but the problem of mild TBI on the front line is everywhere. When we talked actually with representatives of the US, they said that it was a key reason for suicide. Yeah, because it was not diagnosed on time. Yes, and we have additional context in Ukraine because the number of artillery weapons used by Russians is unprecedented. They use these weapons in huge numbers, and many soldiers have 4, 5, 6 episodes of TBI, and they lead to serious consequences. Often we think that it's just a psychological trauma, but the post-traumatic syndrome shows not only physical symptoms, but also emotional and behavioral symptoms, depression, suicidal thoughts, aggressive behavior, high sense of justice. It will be widespread. And a third component, which is very important in relation to economic development of business, cognitive problems that people might face difficulties in concentration, memorizing things, and it might seem that people have their legs and arms, but they still have a worse quality of life because they do not manage to concentrate. So these two problems are unique for the health of veterans, because heart attack is the same everywhere. Strokes are same for every person, arthritis as well, but these problems are different. And in our center, we try to spread the model of how to deal with psychological problems because there are things we have to do for everyone, and there is also specifics in some things for veterans. Yes, of course, there are some general things, there are some specifics when it comes to veterans. What Jim said, and what you mentioned too, is important. He said that any integration of veterans into civilian life is integration of a person with a person. So we need to have specific someone. And he said, community, that state policy is good, but it is implemented locally, and local residents, mayors do that, employers. And we talked before, and he was saying that 50% of veterans in the US are not in contact neither with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs nor organizations that provide some benefits. They are not visible for the system. And the main task for all those who work with veterans is to establish the contact, because when the high quality contact is established, everything else is possible. So my question is to you as a mayor of a city close to the front line. How do you establish this first contact with servicemen? And you're a big employer. Do you employ former servicemen? And in general, as a community, as a city, how do you work now, and what's your vision of your work with the military and the veterans after their service? Do you have this idea of being a veteran-friendly city or something like that? Thank you, Natalia. First of all, thank you for the invitation, because not so long time ago I was a listener, and now I have an opportunity to speak about incredibly important things. I just heard confirmation of my philosophy, of my thought, because Natalia clearly stated the main directions. Ksenia confirmed my big appreciation for the book of the book Tribe. And by the way, it was named top one book for the servicemen who come back and try to socialize. In Zaporizhia region, there are 58,000 of potential veterans. So their family members are in Zaporizhia Oblast, and they come back either alive or dead. It's our challenge, because our veterans policy means also taking care of family members who remain in the city, because the family members say to everyone else whether the social services are good, whether there are shelters. And again, it's a question why people want to go abroad, because there is unsatisfaction of the tribe which waits for you. If those who you fight for say that their living conditions are not okay, it's a challenge for us. We were discussing census a lot, and we have our own story of census. Our team implemented Sense Zaporizhia, and one of directions is, of course, veterans policy. We were the first one to create the department on veteran policy, and we think that local self-governance can only follow the path of participatory democracy. Before we start doing something, we have to go to the people and ask them, what do you want from us? And we started designing this program. The first thing we did was to conduct a survey among the veterans, military units, or different organizations. We wanted them to say what they need from the city council for us to filter what we have an impact on and where we don't have any influence. The survey was not so big as yours, but 75% of veterans said that they wanted to understand how the self-governance system works. They wanted to understand how decisions were taken. It's important for them. And we understand that the next electoral cycle will have veterans as stakeholders. They have a lot of experience, which is not similar to ours, and it will be used while when we face further challenges. So we keep working, we keep developing this program. We hope to allocate over 162 million hryvnias for this program for the next year, right? Yes. It's a program from 2025 to 27, actually, but we understand that there is a limited resources in Zaporizhia due to such challenges as recovery, emergency reactions, but it's also important and it's our priority. As to employment, in my young team, there are veterans. I had such a request. Mikhailo Prich is my advisor. Mikhailo is the best. Yes, he's the veteran of 2014. And when I did this proposal, he said, I will think about it and I will write you in the morning. But in 30 minutes, he wrote, I agree. Yes, I think he will be very happy. And Pavlo Nazarenko is actually our worker of architecture department and urban planning department, and he is also my advisor. Even though I said he could take any position he wanted in any department, I said it would be an honor for us to take you back in our team. He said that he has to undergo constant rehabilitation and his eyesight worsens, keeps worsening, and he said he didn't want to deal with papers, meetings, etc. I said that okay, then you will be responsible for barrier-free space. And you know, it's so valuable for us that they want to work in our institutions, because it's one thing when it's veteran council or non-governmental organizations where people come and exchange experience. But when you start working in this system and you can see how many bureaucratic obstacles are there, and they make everything very complicated. So I'm grateful to them that they take on this difficulty of bureaucratic decisions. And for me, the main thing is to implement this philosophy of respect towards veterans. When we have meetings, and I'm told that in some hospitals there were no proper medical assistance for veterans, and I asked the director of the department whose personal responsibility is that, and they cannot answer. I'm saying you do not understand. It's personal responsibility of the head of the hospital. They have sufficient number of they have sufficient possibilities and financial packages to provide this assistance. I support everything related to human capital. The main things are health, safety, housing, and social services. Thank you very much. I have one more slide. That's our internal research, just to understand differences in perception of material resources that civilians and the military have. The military say, I can't see the numbers. Right. The military say that the main thing is good salary, and civilians say that, in their opinion, the main request from the military is good pension. So the civilians think that the military people will mostly think about pension and their payments, social payments, while the servicemen see themselves as active cluster. Moreover, a lot of them are entrepreneurs, and we already mentioned that. This gap is very simple, but it indicates to many things. I have a question to the audience, to Sergei Poznyuk. Could you please pass the mic to him? And yes, usually there are questions from the audience, but please, you can ask a question if you want. I'll answer your first. So today there are no business representatives in this panel discussion, despite the fact that we are discussing economic reintegration. But the reason is simple. As Jim said, economic integration is not a transactional thing, like say what position you need and we will give it to you. It's a path. Yes, absolutely, it's a path. So my question, you as a person who works with military entrepreneurs, what are the key barriers on this path? Is it something related to money, access to money, or something else? And what percentage of servicemen will really become entrepreneurs? I think at least 15% of them will become entrepreneurs, considering that many of them want to become entrepreneurs. Probably while they are still at the service, they will open some companies. I would like to say that if before I was saying that integration is a wrong term because it's the society who has to integrate and to adapt to the big number of veterans, but now I want to say that veterans remain in the society they were, they are, and they will be an important part of our society. All right, return to civilian life, let's say it like that. As to the support of veteran business, we discussed it with Vladislav. I am actually an acting serviceman, and I was injured, and I damaged my knee, and for a month and a half I had to undergo rehabilitation, and I could not answer a phone call. I could not type a message while on my way somewhere, and if I see stairs, I had to show miracles of managing these stairs. So it took a lot of time, and you had to deal with the stools, and you understand that the people you were expected to meet are angry. And speaking about competition in the circumstances, I think this question will be asked and answered millions times. There is a long path to barrier-free space. So about the veterans and civilian business, we have to cooperate and support each other. We have to combine these things and eliminate this this barrier between them. We need to organize inclusive spaces, but we should also ensure access to financial products, educational support to businesses. We have to organize interaction of big businesses in terms of procurement. We have a successful international experience, and private sector already knows what to do. We have priority conditions in some banks, but very few. And I think that the state has to set a vector, set a tone here, and we will follow that vector in view of the recent legislative acts that were adopted in the first reading about veterans entrepreneurship. Yes, thank you, Ms. Natalia, for that.
Yes, we have been doing this together, and I have this picture, from Verkhovna Rada. But this story is still defining, and that's important because I consider it to be a foundation. We have been cooperating with our veteran colleagues. We have a nice project, veteran businesses. They our Western partners have huge trust in our veterans business, and they say it themselves. But soon they will ask, what is veterans entrepreneurship? How does it look like in the law? And I will tell them, well, sorry, and that's what I'm saying them right now, that sorry, but we have some kind of association, we have criteria and canons in our association, we are using them, and we think that it is a veterans business. But so far, they believe us because their associations are trying to solve all of this, and that's okay. That's the first thing. The second thing, stereotype. Just a second. Okay, it's such a second, Seven. I don't need the whole minute. The stereotype that veterans business is some kind of shawarma place or coffee place. That's the border, the dream, and the best husband. It's Lenya Staltsev from Veterano Pizza. But it's okay. And but the stereotype has to be changed. Today we have this whole panel from top veteran companies that are really officers, soldiers, surgeons. For example, we have the guy in our board in Stream. And of course, veteran financial services. I believe in the USA, it's well-developed story, non-banking financial institutions, veteran institutions that provide financing not only for veteran, but for all the businesses. It's extremely powerful. Three aspects. To combine those three aspects, to implement them, and I think it will be powerful for Ukrainian economy and for integrating veterans to civilian society. Thank you. We have time for one more question from the audience. Please introduce yourself, and then we will be having our closing remarks. Hello, my name is Victor, Charity Foundation of Victory and Recovery. I don't have that much of a question. It's just today I witnessed one of the events. I was talking with one of the speakers, and I just would like to add to that matter that has been mentioned that I'm a business and representative of business, and this person does not have the desire to talk about certain matters because we are also working in the directions of veterans. Majority of people just psychologically do not understand this matter. First and foremost, we still need to talk with the society, with business, that this is needed. And we need to explain them why it is needed, because majority doesn't understand. They think, why do we need to have it? There is no information about the problematics of this matter. If we inform person about that, then they start having understanding. Then they respond absolutely differently, and the business responds differently to that support. So once again, we are talking about communication. Yes. Thank you. Well, it's not only about communication. Let me interrupt a little bit with my comments. There is such an interesting story that now to employ the veteran is the most beneficial person, because he's not going to be mobilized, conscripted, and we don't know how long the war going to last. And for every enterprise, company, business, we need to understand that sooner or later, only veterans, we will be able to hire only veterans to work for us. So we need to do it on time. A very practical opinion. We have to wrap up. Organizers show me that it's time already. I would like to ask all of the speakers to have 10, 20-second short closing remarks. Question is very simple. From the point of view of economic mutual integration of militaries, what is the main thing in the nearest future? What are you planning to do? Right now, we are developing new approach that will calculate. Well, right now it's called well, we would like to it's called performance, but we would like to call it productivity, so that with some traumas, with some illnesses, they can lose productivity, and how we can compensate this part so that the person can receive full salary and pay taxes from that full salary. Apart from what I have already mentioned, and we will still be talking a lot about that, I believe that if to choose priority for this audience we're talking about with right now, is to hire the veteran and high percentage of veterans at work, to make it fashionable, to make it prestigious. Thank you. Vlad. Just several seconds, I would like to say that in one smart movie, there was a phrase that even for the most complicated work, we need only one, but rightly selected tool. The task for every business, big, small, coffee places, the biggest concerns in the country, the biggest task is to understand how to use veterans as a resource correctly. That's what I have mentioned. Loss of veteran that went abroad is a huge loss. Social, political, physically, socially, politically, physically active person. We are losing this 30%, so we have to work with that. My percentage of losing performance is 80%. So how have you estimated that? So my plans were to. How have you calculated your loss of performance? It was a commission. It was medical commission. No, they are reforming. Well, we have to work, and we need to work and understand how to use what we have, because we have mentioned that it's beneficial to use veterans right now. Yes, for me right now, after my injuries, I have now a lot more opportunities in the countries than I had before such injuries. That's a great message. Okay, thank you. Just one thing. We are keeping on making the best for the best. Regina? Just keep on working so that the veterans have the place where they can return to, and that so the militaries have what to fight for. Thank you. And from our side, I can say that we as a huge employer, we are working a lot on ourselves, because we are more than 15,000 former employees in various businesses are in military service. 2,000 have already come back. We are accepting them back. We will hire more, and we will hire even more. We believe in high adaptivity, in great, super cool skills. But what Natalia has mentioned, we would really like to hire veterans and for it to be fashionable. We know that the biggest gap is that veterans think civilians, think that civilians do not care, and civilians think that veterans are unpredictable. Yeah. And I think as a communication specialist, I think that this is a communication stigma. Jim has mentioned that they have the same in the United States, and we can work with this stigma. Jim.
Something like one thing we should do right now for this efficient integration of Ukrainian soldiers, warriors back to civil life.
I would say four things.
Four things, okay.
Connect with the veterans. Educate them about opportunities to improve their quality of life through services that you all provide. Advocate for them when they have a roadblock. And collaborate with everyone who wants to help veterans and their families.
The last one is extremely important, because actually we lost a lot of opportunities and people who want to help. Thank you so much. Я вам дуже дякую за цю панель.
Thanks a lot for this panel. I would like to express my gratitude to all of those who are now in the army or planning to be in the army for defending our country. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes.
Так, добрий вечір. Уже напевно можна сказати, так як там уже за вікном темно. Рада всіх
If we
вітати
can say
на
already good evening because it's dark outside, I'm happy to welcome everyone at KIEF International Economic Forum. My name is Valentina Hamaiko. I'm a host of 1+1 TV channel, entrepreneur, and it's a big honor for me actually to be here among those people who made pretty difficult decisions in their times. They left big business, they left professional sport, managing huge structures for the sake of victory of our country. They changed their suits for pixel uniform. That's the name of our today's panel, our today's discussion. Suits for pixel, from suits to pixel uniform, change for the victory. And I really hope that our speakers are going to be talkative today, that they will share their opinions concerning how your experience in business helped you in military service. What new qualities you got to gain already being a military serviceman, and what you might need in modern Ukrainian business, and in general, how shall we support our country under current conditions? So let me introduce our today's speakers. Next to me is Serhiy Husovsky. In civilian life, you can applaud. In civilian life, he's a businessman, a restaurant owner. Right now, Lieutenant Colonel of Armed Forces of Ukraine. Yevhen Kravtsov.
А, бо для вас це новина ще не була, так?
For you, it was news.
Це нормальна військова заздрість, вона в принципі присутня, як і в бізнесі.
Jealousy in military, it's present everywhere, not only in business. Everyone is going to run for success. Yevhen Kravtsov, in civilian life, lawyer. Starting from 2017 till 2020, he was the head of Ukrzaliznytsia, now mayor of Armed Forces of Ukraine. Please put your hands together.
Serhiy Stachowski,
Serhiy Stachowski, the ex-first tennis racket businessman now. Now he's serving in Special Forces of Security Service of Ukraine, Special Group A, seems to me it's called, Center of Special Operations A, Security Service of Ukraine. Thank you for your support. Temur Khromayev, in civilian life, public official, now Lieutenant of Armed Forces of Ukraine. Senior Lieutenant, excuse me, that's an important clarification. We will have one more speaker who is also my husband in civilian life. He's a businessman, banker, but you know, a wife always can justify her husband because I couldn't be late here. We have 4 children, so he had to drive our daughter to her gymnastics classes. He will come here. His second name is running banker. Right now, he's also a military person and lieutenant of Armed Forces of Ukraine. So let's get back to our discussion. I would like to hear your sincere thoughts today. You're people from business. You have had huge experience of managing structures, leadership qualities well developed, but how it all helped you to adapt accordingly in the military service, and what moment of this transformation was the hardest for you? I'm not going to point my finger and tell you who's going to answer, so those who are ready, please take your mics. Well, since I'm the senior here, I shall start. Lieutenant Colonel, not Colonel yet. Okay, my mistake, my bad. So that's my transformation actually happened in 2022. We were using about our skills and knowledge at that time, but for me, the first year was, you know, some kind of downshifting to primitive things, because you learn how to understand army, how to understand the war. You try to use you with at least some kind of sense. That's why it was all, there were lots of strange situations. KIEF operations and Kherson, and you're constantly, you know, you're kind of, you're in the river and then you are learning how to swim. Hi. He's lieutenant of Armed Forces of Ukraine and civilian life banker and businessman. Andrei Onistratov, please. put your hands together. Andrei? So only in 1 year and a half I understood how I can use what we have, but the war is already in some kind of industrial level, when already now is that time where we can rebuild our army and make it more modern. That's what we were doing actually in our corporate business. Johan? Yes, thank you. I actually agree here with Timur a lot, because I am pretty sure that all of you who are present here, you have overcome this stage when we made this decision to go to the armed forces, because all of us are volunteers, as far as I know. And each of us was pretty successful in its own area. Public official, businessman, athlete, and doesn't matter. It's like, Maslow pyramid. We were at the top of this pyramid. We have to talk about self-implementation, moral commitment levels. But when you join the army, you are unequal with everyone else who's there. And it's a really significant challenge when you have to start your career from the scratch. You have absolutely, well, you might be extremely successful athlete, and that might help you to a certain extent, or you might be a successful businessman because you already have certain skills, certain understanding of processes, certain type of thinking, but you are just a soldier. You're just a military person as well as everyone else, and you need to understand how to start everything from the scratch, how to adapt in the system. It's a huge challenge for the person, yes? After romanticism of first 2 days were off, not even 2 weeks, but 2 days. To survive, that is one of the most difficult tasks. Unfortunately, not everyone can succeed in it. And then after that, you understand how you can be really useful. What benefit can you bring? Not just as a kind of fighting unit, but as a person with experience, with skills, with opportunities. And these processes, as far as I understand, I know a little bit about Timur's success and my colleagues, they are really exemplary. If to talk about if the person achieves success in some sphere, might be useful in armed forces of Ukraine as well. Thank you. Let me voice the question once again. Andrei Onistrat joined us. How experience in business helped to integrate to military service? Because right now, actually, I have heard in answers that you adapted, but whether some traits helped you to adapt, because it feels like military service broke your leadership qualities and you had to adapt.
Насправді
Actually, it's a huge challenge, because army is a system. A system has a commander, there is a commander above, and there is chief of command. So if you go to the army, you need to readjust your brain from your alpha charisma to that fact that at some stages you're at the very bottom. You might be respected, people might respect you, they might know something about you, but you're still at the very bottom. There is one more important thing, is that there is always jealousy among commanders, and this jealousy starts working against you. You are doing everything you can physically, you're thinking, but it's working against you. And it's a problem.
Я мобілізувався в серпні 22-го року, і навколо мене був таке коло.
I joined the army in August 2022, and there was kind of bullying because people surrounding me were my commanders and they envied me. How the business past helped me? Of course, what helped me the most is my communication skills, because when I got into ordinary brigade, I understood that a lot of things are built on communication, and I could understand that it was possible to come to an agreement with anyone, especially if it's a neighboring unit, especially when you become a commander. I became at some point a commander of a company, and it was like being a manager of a startup if you translate it to the business speech, and you start interacting with everyone else. And then different swings start, offensive actions, counter-offensive, and you no longer know what day of week it is, what day of month it is, what's happening around you, what's happening at home. You just talk from time to time with others, and it is a story which goes on around the clock. I will tell you a short story to make it more fun. And the experience, the human experience led to a micro success around Swatovo. 20th of July 2023, we got new positions and I received instructions. I had to open 6 spots within 1 kilometer from the base. So we basically came nowhere. Kharkiv region, Poltava region, and an area we came to. I had this natural spirit of adventures. I could understand that there are neighboring units we had to interact with to understand what was going on. So I took a reconnaissance officer and we started moving towards the enemy. And we passed this conditional border between us, and at some point we understand that we had to turn around. I told where we were. The head of the brigade was astonished because it was not our territory, not under our control, and he starts showing this point to everyone else, saying that Onistrat was there, the reconnaissance has to go there now. And basically, the fears of the military often constitute obstacles for them, especially at the level of officers. But now the army is 99.7% of people who came from civilian life. They are now commanders, they are heads of offensive operations, and only their leadership are from professional army who basically lead the process. Andrei, we have a discussion here. I know that you now have a mic, but we want to listen to other opinions. Sergei Husovsky, being leader in business is something clear for you. How do you feel being a leader in the military area? Well, I think in this case, it's not relevant in our team. Everyone is an officer, almost. And we joined the army on our own. Obviously, no one was mobilized by force. Of course, there are 2 key words today. The first one is a person, individual, and the second word is leadership. And I think it what Andrei was telling us about was not only relevant to leadership, but if you know that you are a natural leader in business, it will also apply to the army environment. Leadership means being a leader among other people. So if you take care of people in business, it's good. If you take care of people in the army, it's also good. There is a big wisdom at war, which is survive, because death is obviously an element of war, but it's bad. And I think that another simple and obvious truth is that many things depend on commander. Commanders who take care of their people will have better units than other ones with a different situation, because in other places they just send people to death. Yes, we can see that those people who are conscious in their choice of joining the army also choose the commanders. Serhiy Stashovsky, leadership in sport and leadership on battlefield. Do you have the same attitude to this feature after you got military experience, and what's your experience? Can we say that giving the floor to the sergeant as the last speaker is bullying? Basically, your status and your financial abilities are no longer applied when you join the army. And here, an important component is that, yes, I am a businessman, but my tennis career is a very small project. I got lucky to join an organization where individual small teams work and bring some results. My colleagues were less lucky. They joined big structures, brigades. They are bigger, and I just envy them because they were not the only ones. A lot of people got there as well, and they have this systemic opportunity. We have some tasks that have to be performed within a day or two, and they could apply systematic changes from inside. I understand that I should not change the unit I serve in from inside, because everyone understands their task and everyone performs them. In our case, the initiative is punishable in some units, but in our case, it's not like that. If you suggest something, if you show your initiative, it is supported. And in business environment, the initiative is also supported and rewarded. And when we, in military structures, see people with initiatives who preserve lives of other people, who improve our positions, we support them, encourage them. I hope that despite the military service, you had a chance to preserve your position in business. It will soon be the third year of war, and today we have over 1 million of veterans, and there is a big question as to the return to civilian life. Do you already have an experience, and do you see that Ukrainian business is ready to create positions for our veterans? If you have such an experience, please tell us. If not, what should the civil society and what should the state do, and every individual business do, to ensure this reintegration of the serviceman into civilian life? Serhiy, Mr. Sergeant, is it okay? My brother Yevhen is actually present here now, and thanks to my brother that I'm there and he's here. We discussed it actually before the start of the actual panel, and business exists within a country. There is the state. We rather focused on the state, what state has to do, because business will make it clear what has to be done. And what does the state have to do? The idea is that, well, I first thought that the state should encourage, but we then expressed other suggestions. The state has to support and motivate interaction between business and veterans, and we have enough specialists in taxes and economy, etc. And if before the war we had this formula that every enterprise has to employ the person with disability, but it's a fake relationship. No one really takes care of people with disability. But if there is a certain number of veterans employed in their enterprise, and the enterprise shows how it changes their revenues, what are the real benefits, it might be efficient. And the state has to be conscious, because we have many people, many veterans with different veterans experience, and some of them will go through PTSD, some of them might become people with disabilities, and all of these cases require special attention, and many things depend on the state. And I think that after the war, when we will have elections, new political forces, coalition, for them it will be one of fundamental tasks to take care of those who defended their right to live and to do what you like, and not to be entrenched. So that's rather a desire. So the state has to motivate business to employ veterans. Do you have an experience of when businesses employ veterans? Do you have real examples? In our case, we only have former employees who are currently serving. We would like them to come back, but obviously we lack people on the front line. Johan? I think these questions are too soon to ask. It's an important question in future. Well, 1 million of veterans. No, I don't think there is 1 million of veterans. We have over 1 million of drafted people. They are not demobilized yet. They are not veterans yet. And we can see a significant shortage of servicemen, of soldiers. And we can see that the process of additional drafting, additional mobilization is complicated. Of course, no one can make forecasts about the future, but I think we are far from victory. Let's be honest. And in my view, the situation is the most difficult today since the start of the full-scale invasion. From what I see on the front line, from my experience, it's not a popular opinion, but we have to be realists. There are a lot of challenges ahead. And today we have to focus on the mobilization of additional resources in general, additional support, starting from donations to Western support. Unfortunately, there is downstream trends, and we have to ensure drafting of people as well. Probably this should be the questions, because as a military, I often hear active discussions as to, of course it's important, as to how we will ensure recovery of our economy, how we reintegrate veterans into the society. Look, we are far from the victory, we are far from end of war. Let's win first, and then we'll speak about reintegration. When it comes to this, I completely agree that we have to leave our traditional administrative approach to effective tools of stimulation and soft impetus. And it will also depend on the state of country will have after the end of the war, after the victory, what will be the economic and macroeconomic state, global situation, global security. It will then show us whether the state has enough resources to stimulate employment of veterans. Another question to Johan and to all of you. Won't it be positive for the mobilization if people understand that the state is ready to integrate them into business after their return, no matter what happens to them? Because this uncertainty is what frightens people. I will answer briefly. I often speak with newly drafted soldiers, and I can see a clear trend for the last year. I am not sure it will be effective. That's what I can say today. I think it's a deeper question. It's about social contract, and that's how I would put that. It's about social guarantees in broader sense. These things are important, but it's not a game changer, in my opinion. Who else is ready? Well, I think you will not hear an answer from us to this question. For now, we do not have a system to leave the war. The war is not ending soon, and we should understand that the business has to militarize. We are not coming to you, you are coming to us. Don't have any illusions. Yesterday, we already heard that the world is changing, it is becoming more unpredictable, the army will change and the army will develop. We now have several, we have the army which is being modernized, and professional military people find it hard to deal with businessmen, but there are a lot of people. The army is transforming. It will transform further. People are very tired. We are making jokes here sometimes, but speaking seriously, we have to prepare the society to a lasting war, and we have to change our country in times of war. It will be in an active phase. It can slow down, but for sure we will not go back to February 2022. It will not happen, and we have to be ready in our families. Everything starts with our mindset as a family member, and I think that business, actually we talked with Sergei before, people are not ready to go to the army, and business is not ready to leave, to let them go. And there won't be demobilization as such. We might get 3 to 6 months, but we will live like in Israel with an army working actively all the time. It will be a constant rotation. If you're not ready, Ukraine is not the country you can live differently in. The state does not have to provide anything to us. The state only exists because we do something for it. This energy goes from the bottom to the top and not otherwise. The system tries to transform according to the mood of the society, of the army.
Ви сказали, що бізнеси мають
You
мілітаризуватися.
have mentioned that businesses should be militarized. Universities, starting from the next year, also from the third year of studying, also introduce mandatory military preparation. Right now, it's only about boys, but I think that girls should do that too, because it's absolutely okay, it's normal. But you are saying that it should be this exchange, and that families should help too. But if a wounded soldier injured soldier comes back to the family and cannot find himself in this society, cannot get back to his position because he cannot type because he's without hands, and I do not have position. That's how what my employee told me, and this person might feel depressed and miserable, and the whole family is suffering from that. So we cannot say that the business should. But is it okay to get back to the army? Well, army needs people, and if we take, it might be a person without hand or without leg, and this person can do more than healthy person. Well, right now we need women too. For instance, in our unit, we have all women, and all the others, they can go to the front line. That's it. But the person might decide where it's better for himself or for herself. And if the person is supported at home, then it's good. But it does not mean that necessarily this person will go where it comes from. So if there is some kind of specific license result, yes. But if there is support at home, and if there is understanding in the society, and it's understanding of friends, for instance, someone knows that something happened and they say, come see me. And the same in the army, they go there where there is support. They don't just go to bend their head on the wall. So we have two directions here. If you don't mind, I would like to add the center. I'm part of the center, but I understand perfectly well that I'm still far from the officers, because for 8 or 10 years they have already been there. They have certain professional skills that we don't have in our country, and the order of the head of the security service of Ukraine, that even if you have injury, even if you have amputation, everyone remains in their positions, and the task that they can do with their experience, with their head, they adjust their tasks and they continue their service even without having some kind of physical capability to do something that they should do. So it's a little bit general. A lot has been mentioned, and I can only support all of it. And I might mention that it's not militaries getting back to society. Militaries should integrate, society should integrate to them. No, society should adapt to the fact that we have the war going on, and since now it will be in 1 year, in 2 years. While we have Moscovia existing, we will have the war with them, because they do not perceive our existence as the state, as independent country. And that's important for the state to integrate the fact that we have the war, and not just have the pictures that we are doing something perfectly well, but every day we are losing 1 kilometer of our land. So it is important to explain that in 2022 people had this greed, this hunger to go and protect. But in recruitment centers, they told that we don't have places, we have enough people, go home. So for half a year they wanted to do something. I got hundreds of calls from my friends and acquaintances. What should I do? Should I help with the car or something? And for half a year, when the person doesn't have what to do, then the person starts understanding how they can earn their living, and they all started doing something. They started working, they started raising economy, and now the state comes and says, come with me to the bus, and they say, I wanted to, but you told that you don't need me, and now you want me, and you are going to return me, I don't know when and don't know in what conditions. So if we have understandable situation that we are taking you, then in a year you're going back, and then if the war is still on, you'll go back again. Then it's clear understanding. Now there is no rules, and without rules, it's absolutely terrible. Andriy? Well, my first statement is that I have really met several requests for people that got partial ability, and I even had requests to hire people And it is not a system, it is not a state, and the state probably might do it now only those people who are extremely injured. Concerning people in the army after amputations, they come with delight. I know several people who were severely injured, but they get back to the army and they feel perfectly well there. Of course, taking into account their performance, they are treated a little bit differently, but generally, everyone would like to see such people in the army. Speaking about transformation of the society, of course, it should be transformation, because without it, we will not be able to win. We will not be able to win, and it's a fact. Get ready to the fact that the war will not end as Trump promised in one day or tomorrow. By the way, this day has already passed. For tomorrow, they will see some kind of line, and we will be in NATO. No, don't wait for this. You need to understand that we will be fighting eternally while that country on the top exists, and but everyone should get used to it, everyone in the world. Once again, we might have easier way, we may have worse way, but generally it is this direction. Today I have heard from you that you, as the heads of units, leaders of units, appreciate initiative and leadership qualities, and among militaries it is not very popular. But what skills did you gain? Have you acquired already being militaries? Have you got something new in your characters after you started being in the military service? That I learned how to be patient. Yes. And I think that for in business, you always can form a team, find leaders, but you have unit and that's it. You are running as fast as the last person. And taking into account that now we have lack of people, every person is an asset. And if this asset is lost, then you lose this opportunity to fight and capability. So that is extremely important. I understood that we need to fight for each person. Not everyone would like to be a leader, all this corporate stuff, but does not work here. But people just want to have their format of work, and you need to build such a system that will give the opportunity to and function to each of them, so that the person understands that the person is doing something for common benefit. It is not a military man speaking. If you asked the military man, he would tell you absolutely everything absolutely differently. Yes, but they are listening. They are listening. They're listening. They're nodding, but they are doing whatever they want to do. Yes, but we repeat all of this, and that's already for the second tier like this. So I believe that we will be able to deal with that. Just short remark, I had a discussion with the head of the brigade. He mentioned that there is no work motivation in statute and charter. And getting back to what you have mentioned, yes, you really have some kind of unit, and you cannot kick somebody off from this unit or fire someone. You just have people there. If this person is an alcoholic or a drug addict, you need to think what to do with this person. You cannot kill him. You cannot fire him. Or, for example, he's afraid to go somewhere. No, you just need to find some other work for him, some other task, and it's extremely difficult sometimes. The second thing to endure, to be patient, because pretty often that system you're getting into is doing everything that you're not used to in your regular, normal life. And you need to transform, because now you're a military person and you need to readjust your brain, not to create conflict, but at the same time perform this work and to do the task and not to shoot anyone because you have weapons with you all the time. And sometimes you have such desire. It's a positive trait. On the other hand, yes, I would like to say several words for our colleagues. In the army, we have so those who were drafted and those who were in the army for some period of time. We are all drafted, but those who have been in the army for many years, state paid them money so that one day they are ready voluntarily to die for their country. But for me, frankly speaking, especially when I had to deal with not technical, but more administrative matters, it was extremely interesting because I have certain experience in my civilian life, managing experience, and lots of things, especially under extreme conditions, do not work. That's what colleagues have partially mentioned, that in certain conditions, when there is a matter of life and death, and we have our flag, yellow flag behind our hands, and we still have motivation, patriotism, but not all of us, let's be frank here. We need to find mechanisms of managing those people who are risking their life. Tomorrow they might be dead, and not just force them to perform some kind of task because it's not effective, but to find some kind of mechanism how they can do this task effectively as much as it's possible, how they can be motivated for this under the conditions of the absence of motivation. And frankly speaking, very often such traditional approaches are effective because the war is a matter of effectiveness in the long run. And to absolutely decline them is not a good option. We need to have some kind of synergy from what we brought from business. Really, people from civilian life, not from business, from civilian life. Army is the same mechanism of selection as it is in civil life. The best usually achieve some kind of success. At least I'm some kind of I'm an idealistic person. So what that people can bring to the army and what we have good in the army, where you need to learn how to endure, how to be patient, to perform, to make someone do something. That synergy of these two things, it's something that can lead to transformation, to success. We cannot decline everything that exists in army doctrine and bring liberal business approaches, and says we have liberal army, pink one, with Hello Kitty, and we are going to win with new approach. Of course, it's not going to work. Yeah, I think that you communicate a lot with authorities. Well, it's I'm not a mayor just because. Well, you already have certain understanding of business, of stable, of resilient. But what about military experience? Have you got some new skills? Well, you know, I think that it is important to understand that the war focuses lots of things, and it focuses what we understand on the leadership. Leadership in civilian life is one thing. By the way, leadership in the army during the peace times, it's one thing. It's separate situation. Whereas leadership at the war presupposes that those people who are your subordinates, they might die. And there are some traditions, you know, when the third toast usually is for those who are not with us. And when you in your head repeat the names of those who are already in the better world, then it's also a component of leadership. It's a hyper responsibility for what you're doing and what consequences might be of what you're doing. And it may be about the preparation, about selection. It can be about how this or that order is performed. There are lots of details, but the most important thing here is, of course, this aspect. Leadership at war, unfortunately, it also presupposes that people might die. Hyper responsibility. Sergei Stokhovsky, leadership in sport and leadership at the battlefield. How do they differ? Significantly. Of course, responsibility. All my life, I spent on my own against someone. So all my life, from 6 years, I have been competing with someone. So I was alone against someone else, and it's some point, of course, it gives you certain strength, understanding of the situation. But when you end up in the army, well, then, frankly speaking, for me, in my life, starting from the 28th of February, I was lucky in all the steps that I made. I was protected, and I am in that unit that is very understanding, and I got lucky. But the change for me was that I have always made my own decisions. I have known what I need for achieving success. And when you are in that body, that it is a team, then I think my colleagues will agree with me here. Sometimes you want to do some things that are not very smart, to go somewhere, to shoot someone. It exists because you are acting under emotions. When you are at the battlefield, you understand that there are certain gaps that you can climb into. And when you're used already to this moment, you want something more. And luckily, there are people in the team that say, calm down, cool down. See, here you need to do this, here you need to do that. So the team lets you to calm yourself down and to understand that it's not for 1 day, not for 2 days, not for 1 week, but you need to think ahead. You need to understand that this war is going to last, and you need to protect those people and save lives of people who are around you, because for me, it was an eye-opening, because when you risk your life, but like your career, you understand how to do this. But here you need to learn to understand the scales of your mistakes, and the scale of your mistake is calculated in the deaths of your colleagues. And it's already absolutely different motivation, which really, in a very fast way, make you start thinking not only what is around you, but about wider people. So to play in the long run and just to preserve the life of your life and life of your subordinates. I would like to hear your opinions, whether the feeling of patriotism is changing while you're at the front line. Has it changed in your case from that moment when you joined the armed forces of Ukraine, and now when you already have this military experience? It's a provocative question. Yes, it's like with love. Patriotism is a love to the country. So at first, you have this euphoria, you're falling in love. I'm sure that everyone has experienced that. After that, that person was not losing patriotism. It's extremely important. It's transforming into understanding of why, what aim, and what price. And the person has this feeling inside, and that's why this person continues military service or some other kind of service because of patriotism. So frankly speaking, yes, about myself, I can say that my love to the country hasn't decreased, but it has changed from this, young love, if we can put it like that, because I'm not that young already. But it's already almost 3 years of active war with the enemy, and they made this feeling mature. It's a very good description. And as of now, I understand why, what for, and how much does it cost to go from falling in love to stability? Yes, to stable family relations. Okay, do we have any other opinions about divorce with divorcing the state? I'm not even thinking about that. Well, here Yevhen described it in a very systematic way, all stages from initial euphoria to adrenaline, to understanding that from Kharkiv operation that is right now to real understanding and of the situation, and understanding that it will not happen fast, and understanding of the final goal. The only thing that I lack, well, I don't think that we need to talk about patriotism among us, because we are all here. So this question whether you want to be here or not is a little bit wrong. But I have only the question that I understand what we want to achieve, but I cannot still find this answer of how we are planning to do that. So I understand that it's not the level of the discussion, the level of thinking of my head, but I do not hear it further.
For me, patriotic feelings, the notion was subject to an evolution. I think first we were kind of romantic as to this idea. We were under the illusion that this present will be forever with us, but the life shows us that we have to fill in this term. If you're not ready to fight for the country, it won't be there, and there won't be any dreams, any romantic ideas. And it's the task of our generation to convey to young generation. We need to explain to them what meaning is behind the concept of a state, and they have to understand that we need to create a successful state. It's a fact, and these are not just words. Before, I thought that this forum was useful because we were discussing the same things again and again, but now we should understand that it's now the time to change something. Either we do that or we do not exist. Sergey and we, my patriotic feelings didn't change. Probably some aspects changed. I look at the country and I've never been inclined to think that something should come from the outside. Now I pay more attention to those I see around me, and it's painful to see their lack of patriotic feelings. I have kind of constant subconscious search for spies. I keep doing that subconsciously. And second story, there are main things we have to focus on, such as work and everything you do to achieve that, to win. And I focus on that, and I also try to spread it around me in the areas where I have some impact. I have to do it with soft tools. Sergey, can you say that your patriotic feelings changed? Well, I wanted to add about spies. There is patriotic feelings and pseudo-patriotic feelings, and I think many people, we can see that, show pseudo-patriotic feelings. So they want to restore borders of 1991, but they flood abroad. And I think in peaceful times, it's one thing, and during the war, it's another thing. But it's something which cannot be in the middle. It's about unequivocal feelings. And I would like to continue in a bit different direction. The war gives us understanding that there is big difference between enemies and opponents. You kill enemies because they come to kill you, and with opponents you hold a discussion. And after the war, at some point the war will end. We believe that it will end with our victory, and at that time there will be a challenge to accept that in our society, in addition to the spies, we might have opponents and not enemies. And the society has to have the skills of maintaining a discussion without thinking that someone is an enemy. And last question, children grow quickly. Today 15, tomorrow 20. There are those who can be called young leaders, probably some of our children. What would you wish for those who will build their career, how should they do that? What do they have to do for Ukraine to win? How should they form their life? What are your thoughts based on your life experience? I can answer that. I am ready to that question. My wife sent me to a psychologist because I lost contact with my own son and the reality. By the way, we spend most of our time for other things and we lose touch with our families, with our children. And for wives, it's very painful. We try to convey it to you, but it's hard to do. Well, you have a lot of tasks. We value that and appreciate. They always want to take the floor. About children, we need to maintain contact and communication with them because they do not understand many things and we do not say many things. We get closed in our own worlds and communication is important and we have to talk more by phone or any other means. We have to find common things in common. And it's not only about children, but it's about the society in general. I think the contact and communication are an element of a healthier society in future, so that we do not distinguish between military and non-military veterans, non-veterans. With younger children, yes, it's important not to lose contact, but I meant children of 18-year-old, for example, they say that they do not want to continue their studies, they want to go to the army. For example, I, as a mother, do not have enough words to convince my child that probably now you should get an education and simultaneously you probably need to undergo some theoretical military training. What instructions do we have to give this young patriotic generation who is ready to take weapons in their arms instead of gaining their first working experience? Well, there are several commanders here. Probably they know better. They know the number of soldiers of young age. I have a soldier of the 21-year-old in my unit. He shoots well, he is well trained. And when you talk to him, you understand that his circle of friends has become smaller because no one supports his decision to join the army. And there is a thin rope hill if we do not engage young people who have a lot of romantic ideas about the war. We do not have future. If our future generations are not ready to fight, this country does not have a future because those who are ready will end. Those who have some education, have families, we won't have them at some point. And who is going to be next? All kinds of temporary armistice, etc., are temporary. We remember the story in Chechen Republic. The same will happen with us, and our enemy should feel that there is strong resistance here, and then they will probably strategically change their thinking. Another question in this topic, can we encourage the state to set kind of limit for these young people? Say they serve for 1 year in the army, then they have to go back to their studies. Or are these just words and theories and it's not possible on practice? Well, the state had 2 years to create something, some clear scheme of mobilization. And what do we see now? Of course, we might wish young people to serve for 6 months, then 6 months of studies. We can invent many interesting things, but it will remain here in a narrow circle. But if we keep talking about that, someone will hear about it. Well, politicians will change that. You might say, let's give them a year. Politicians will adopt the policies that will make us remain for longer. So I spent 6 years in a state in public service, and I understand that as soon as you become a politician, you try to implement some kind of a model which would give positive results, but it also requires responsibility from the society. You give a model to them, and they instantly reject many things. We can give everyone 1,000 hryvnias. It's a clear scheme, but adapting something to young people, it's too complicated. And I think it's a task of the society to to build a network of interaction that would deal with these aspects. Can I add? I will give a broad answer to your question. I have two sons. They are still small, and they have at least 8 years before joining the army. And I understand that the topic of patriotic upbringing, of education, is, first of all, my responsibility. Because, first of all, the state does not do many things today, and I, as a father, have to teach them how to be ready to defend this country. And of course, they will take their own decisions, but I want them to spend their life in Ukraine. And the longer you are in the army, the more you understand that even after the victory, we will be at war with our enemy. And my sons and the sons of all the rest here have to be ready that we will have to defend our state for many more times. And what I would like to convey to them is understanding of the morning of 24th of February 2022. We were successful people. We were in our own areas, but in 3 seconds, you lost everything. Your house is taken away, your car is taken away, etc. But if you had a rifle, you already had something. You were a man. And I really do not want this 24th of February to happen to my son or other children. The state has to be ready, and we have to form the army now. I won't go into details now, but we have to avoid many things that are still there in our army. Some lack of efficiency, etc. We needed to be an effective tool and mechanisms for many more generations, so that my sons and other sons of this country are ready to defend this country. Only then we'll have some future for the state, and we will be ready to face any other challenges. But it's our responsibility. The state will not educate our children, full stop. Yes, of course, the responsibility is on us. Andrei Onistrat, you have experience of communicating with young people. What would you say to them? Actually, it's something I do. I think that we need to show them what are the possible ways how the situation can develop. We have to explain it to them and show where they can go and how. Ultimately, it will be their choice, their own choice. I can only show them the ways of possible development. It's my opinion. We can only convey it in using very soft tools during some walks in the forest. We have to search for the right moment to talk about it. It's hard. It's very hard. And to be honest, I don't have a final answer to this question. What I just said is what I invented as a hypothesis, which I try to apply to my children. And we also say to our children that everyone will serve in the army, boys and girls. Sergei Husovsky, what do you think about that? 18, 21 years old, 25. Should we convince them to go and study, or should we allow them to go and serve? Well, there are different situations. There are some soldiers who might be 25, 21 years old and they are completely ready to join the army. There are those who have idealistic views. They're ready to do anything with their life. And I think we have to communicate with them more. There is wise phrase, don't look for a war, it will find you. And we might advise you should become an adult, you should get additional skills, and then you will be just a more efficient unit on the front line. You will get more skills there, but if you have an opportunity to improve your skills here and now, do that. It's a broader topic, actually. I do not think that everyone has to go to the war. There are people of war, there are those who are not for that. And the state has to do everything so that we have enough people for effective defense of the country. But I also think that it's important that those who are capable to be extremely successful as a civilian, it's also important to preserve them. It's an element of a modern economy of the country. The drones is the UAVs are not something the military invented. Civilians did it. There are many civilians who manufacture drones, and there is an idea that after some time we'll have Silicon Valley in Ukraine, and we I have many ideas. And there are other aspects here as well. During many economic forums, we've been discussing all of this. There is another side to that. I remember a KIEF Economic Forum last year. We were here with Timur. Dear friends, there was a hall bigger than this one, 10 times bigger, and this hall is a bit smaller. So it's a question about the attention of the society and the question of relevance. It's bad when the situation is that someone is serving and others. Well, there are many questions. And it's very important that people have individual aspiration to transform theoretical things into practical ones. Also, if young people want to find themselves in civilian life, I often hear, let's wait for the end of the war and then we'll start building the country. In my opinion, and we talked about it before, the war is not a reason to stop the processes. And I think it's obvious for us. We have a right to talk about that, to not use us if you just don't want to change the country. Lack of actions can be explained by the state of war without understanding what it means, without seeing what really happens at war. And I think we have to understand that there is no future for the country as we see it today. It's easier for them to go abroad illegally.
Well, when they're 17, now already after school, people are taken and their mothers, and they decided to go with them to Europe. So that's why we still do not have preconditions. We do not have opportunities for such people to create and to make their future successful here. So far, we do not have enough. Okay, thank you. After such a discussion that we have had today, the war is not the reason not to live today. We have to live and we have to get ready and to acquire military experience already here and now for everyone, for women, for men, for teenagers. It is important. And thank you. I hope that our audience has some questions. If you have any questions, we will be ready to hear you. Speakers are ready.
Фуршету не буде. Ви ж знаєте, це ви ж не ті люди, які приходять.
All questions will be at home, yes? There will be questions only to us. Okay, thank you. Well, we have a question. Okay.
Всі успішні менеджери.
You're all successful managers, and you definitely have ideas how the army can be changed so that it works according to the logic of business, so that it can be managed effectively. And who will do it, but if not you? So most probably it's a suggestion. Don't keep your thoughts to yourself. Unite, because we need the army for long, and it will not change itself, and the state will not change itself. And it's a unique thing that managers from business are now in the army. It will never happen anymore. It's the only time where it's possible. The 24th of February, there will be no such situation. If you do not document it, if you do not somehow discuss it among each other, if you do not create something useful, you will lose lots of chances. And it's a unique thing that you are there. I do not envy you. I know that it's difficult, and I don't know whether I would be able to do what you have done, but I see here a chance for all of us, for our state, that we are there, that you are able to find each other, and that you can do it. It's not even the question, it's rather wish. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being there, and all the best to you. Thank you. Thank you. I see that we have hands. By the way, thank you. Thank you for this remark, because, you know, you have such a feeling. It's already the third year of war that it seems like we are not in the best situation. We are in hot water, but it's true. And I am justifying my presence in the armed forces of Ukraine because it's really a fantastic experience when you can improve. Well, army is changing, and we are already fighting in with technologies. We We're capable to militarize commercial solutions of business. Why we exist? Because we use AliExpress details to make drones. Google Meet has been changed into a system of communication at the front line. Our volume of data, Amazon and all the clouds are used by armed forces without all those state institutions. It's a fantastic experience, and I can say that lots of our Western partners come, yes, they give us arms, but they are trying to learn what we are learning every day. The war is changing every 3 months. And yes, we are witnesses of this process. And that's a fantastic experience. I'm sure that there is no other army in the world with such experience. And it's not that we are that proud of it, but it is a treasure in a way. And I absolutely agree with you that we have to cultivate it. We have to systematize it. Later, we will commercialize it and capitalize it. It's also. And yes, by the way, it's happening now. It is a question of the fact that business about militarization, yes? It's, if we are capable to militarize civil technologies, civilian technologies, then I see here as a financial specialist in Europe, you know, everything about defense, miltech. We don't want to deal with that. It's military, it's not for civilians, financial institutions, we are agrarian country, yes, and so on. And I see that Europe is changing. We have to understand that the war is absolutely natural environment. Everyone should get ready for being civilians. For instance, I believe that agribusiness, as of now, they have built such a sustainable model. They are working on minefields. Farmers, their resilience is on such a high level that during the war, they are capable of maintaining their businesses. It's extremely difficult, but they have built communication with militaries. They keep on working on the fields. So there is a war going on, but they have their own processes, and that's possible as well. And it's not about money, it's about work, it's about life. It's about life that is here and now. Do we have any other questions? Elena Solovetsky, Association of Hotels of Ukraine. I do not have a question. I rather have a comment and words of gratitude. The comment is about the fact that it seems to me that it's a huge indicator of attention, what you're doing to be here at this forum. I think that being there, we are as businessmen, business people, we're talking about taxes, and I have heard about the size of the hall, I have heard this, but here we are talking about life. I have come here from the downstairs because I understood that I was not able to hear all of you, our real heroes. Do not perceive it symbolically that it's a small hall, a small audience. You are doing really important things, and I would like to express my gratitude and to give hope to all of us with that wish to come to victory as soon as possible. I do hope that we all will be able to drink a little bit of Soporavi from Mr. Stachowski. We will all be celebrating in restaurants of Mr. Hosovsky with the support of all of you, and I wish you personally so that you come back as soon as possible to those affairs, those letters that you left, or maybe you want to find yourself somewhere else and keep on peaceful life in peaceful Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you. Thank you everyone for attention, and thank you for the audience to being active. And thank you. We had a really great discussion. Thank you.